Hello. How's sound? Can everybody hear me? Oh, who else anymore? What we got in here? How the fuck do I work this? Live chat. I probably should have done some research. Who can hear me? Can you guys hear me in here? David? So, okay, I'll put it this way. So, I I I love I love dip. I also hate dip. I chew Copenhagen long cut because it's fermented, which is like the classic chewing tobacco, right? Uh, so I only got 5 pixels. Does my picture suck? Yeah, you like the hat? That's pretty cool, isn't it? Okay, so Copenhagen, in the United States, like from the founding of the United States up until I think late 1800s, or pretty much when they did the cigarette campaign, uh, all the chew, like everybody chewed. Women chewed. They had spittoons in churches and public places, and that was the way that it was everywhere, right? It was like, and it was such a high percentage. It was something absurd. I couldn't remember. I wouldn't be able to quote it off the top of my head. But it's probably like 70%, 80% of the founding vice of the United States. When I got into chew, the way that I got into it, see, I was a dumb kid, right? So basically, like when I started light patrolling in the military, I came from a mech unit, and in mech, like they're just, I mean, they're hard, but it's like it sucks because they'll smoke, they'll fucking drink all the time, and then they'll go out and like run and then vomit on like a 6 mile run and just like keep on going like no big deal. And that's just every day of the week, like especially in Europe, right? So I started off smoking like everybody else did, right? Trying to fit in, peer pressure, weak, right? And then I got stateside, started doing light patrolling, right? Well, it's not necessarily about like light discipline necessarily. It's that you can't stay up for 48 hours, like patrolling in the fucking woods at night with nods on. You can't do it without dipping constantly. You know what I mean? So it's just like you got very used to just walking around all over the place with a dip in, and then it just kind of never leaves you, right? Because you can take the boy out of the war, but you can't take the war out of the boy. It helps you stay awake. That's true. It'll help you stay awake a little bit too much if you don't forget to stop dipping late in the night and don't have a clock around. You'll end up staying up all night. So I was kind of thinking about. It's good to see you too. The current. Could you let me know about the situation in Canada? I'm out of DirecTV took away my Canada Prime channel. I'm familiar with the happenings in Canada. I don't play any fucking video games. I plant trees. I have the chickens. I'm right here. I'm raising some chickens right now. You see these chickens? Check this out. I got a big bulk order, so I got a bunch of these Polish hens, and they've got puffs on their head. They have like an actual growth of flesh on their head, and that's gonna shoot out feathers when they get older, and it covers their eyes. I didn't pick them. It was like a bulk pack. I saved some money getting them. I don't have time to play video games. I'm sorry. I used to play. The last time I played video games, there was Rainbow Six Raven Shield was out on the PC. I used to play that, and then I tried to play a little bit of Arma, the first Arma when it came out. It was like it was cool, right? But it's just like way too much. Way too much. I mean, they went like all the way through, like you could be on like a PRC radio and like programming and shit and have an A and CD. Like I think I think it's a little bit much. Okay, it might be unnecessary. Like we kind of hated that, and we hated that shit in real life. We probably don't need it simulated in a video game. I never played Armor 3. I quit. I really didn't even play Armor 1. I probably played a few hours. Closest fire enemy right now? I don't know. Let me see. Oh, here we go. You like this? Ready? So I got a P90 with a Holosun and an oil filter suppressor on the end of it. You see that? That's pretty cool, huh? You guys like that? It's pretty sweet. I love, huge fan of the P90, by the way. Are the Polish hens good? Wait, let me see. Trudeau just banned a lot of previously unrestricted guns, including the AR. No votes, nothing. Yeah, well, welcome to the future, man. Did you not see that coming? Did that surprise you or what? Yeah, that's on a Form 2. Just so you know, the threaded device, that's manufactured on a Form 2, okay? Like through an 07, an 07, 02. But the form is a Form 2, that's when you actually yeah, reality sure as shit is stranger than fiction. How how far are we gonna go in this? You know, that's what I was thinking about. Let me take it back. Let me pull it back here a second, okay? Right about what? What are they gonna about the fucking suppressor? It's legal. Okay, so I was thinking about this. So if I'm looking up, I can't see your guys' comments. So you have to forgive me. I can only look at the screen so long. And my favorite instant meal. I don't like instant anything. I like meals from scratch, my friend, which is very difficult this day and age with all the women socialized. You know that. All the women are socialized. They're not supposed to be in the kitchen. And you ain't gonna get. You're gonna be lucky if you get a gal that knows how to make things from scratch. That shit takes years to learn. Like Papa, that's right. Okay, so I can't even keep track of all his comments. How am I going to do this? I need an arbitrator. Yeah, there's always, you guys, there's people that like to pretend to be me and make accounts all over the place. It's always happened. It's fine. Who cares? I promise you, it's not stealing my time. I'm doing other things. I don't need to destroy the ATF with them because they're going to do that to themselves eventually. Okay, so how do I tell how many people we got watching anyway? Is there some way for me to see that? The index card. I didn't do it. No, I'm sorry. I lost that image and I got too busy. That was a cool idea though. I support it if it works. I didn't get a chance to try it out. How much money do I invest in chickens? I don't know, like $50 maybe total for all my genetics. 75, that's it. Why don't we have 8 o'clock? I mean, I'm pretty good. I mean, I'm personally good. I'm pretty concerned about the country. What about you? I'm not your dad. Guarantee it. They do. The feds do the enriching. They don't want you to. Am I a top or a bottom? Very funny. They don't want you to have chickens. Don't you know? You guys know that? You know that? Do you realize that supply? Like, have you heard about the chicken egg supply? The chicken egg, the egg containers, right? And then they're just making an excuse for it. That's not what's going on. They're purposely shorting the egg supply. They're playing with supply chain dysfunction. To squeeze it a little bit to freak everybody out. I'm sure the stream is lagging because my internet sucks. Yeah, they are. That's true. Chickens do die. They die quite easily. Like once you get them up to a year or two in age, they get pretty tough. What was that question? Do I dislike Carnicon? Is that what you asked? How do I lower the bit rate? How the hell am I supposed to do that? Okay, so we got 172 watching. How lag these comments are. Am I effed right now, or do you guys see me? Fuck. I think this comment section is like a good 20 seconds behind. Why'd you yeet your Twitter? I'll tell you. You know why? So, I closed my Twitter because I shit you not. I went at work. So I work at the sewer, right? So like all the bullshit that you guys are fucking flushing in the toilet, I work with all that shit, right? Unfucking your situation. So I work at a sewer, and some gal came driving up to me, and she was like, the creek is blood. It's all turned to blood. And I went down there. Sure as shit, it was just like a solid red creek. I mean, obviously it's not blood, right? It's probably something else. But I thought it was pretty freaky. I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning, and there was a headless duck floating in my pond. So it looked like it was live. I always go and like watch ducks. Right? It was like a teal. So I go down there to go see this duck, and it's just floating in a pond like it's sitting there sleeping early in the morning, headless, totally headless. So I got a lot of owls out here. I got regular owls, and so I'm sure the owl came down, grabbed his head, and it just took it clean off. But the two combined, like I'm not superstitious. I'm just like it overwhelmed the situation because all the stuff on Twitter that I'm talking about at that time was just like it was so much. It was so like I was trying to go deep. I was experimenting with different ways to access my mind to analyze things and just doing everything in real time. So like half the stuff that I'm tweeting on there isn't even like, it's like to me, it's to myself. It's not even to like another person. I'm just doing a lot. There's like thousands of tweets. So I just like do it through the day. Like think about something, no filter on the mind. Think about something that's boom, everything from like I was even putting like lists of shit that I needed to do just to remember. And then I would just like go back through the feed and look them up. But it got too much with all this. No, I never met that rabbi. He wouldn't speak to me. He wanted to charge me money to speak to him. No, I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on any social media. I still have this account for YouTube. What happened to doing gun reviews? Did I ever do gun reviews? Hope not. How's the EMS? It fucking blows. Yeah, no shit. 5G will be a killer. I really don't know a whole lot about 5G. It's one of those things. I mean, I do understand the electromagnetic spectrum, so I understand in that regard. I haven't had time to look into and research the industrialization behind the introduction of 5G. I'm sure that it's fucking nefarious. By the way, okay, we got to get serious. We got to get. Okay, I'll look into 5G. I'll try to look into it. We got to get serious here. We got to start. So, can you guys give me? I was thinking about some of the issues that I got with, like when for instance, I'm basically at a point now where it's like I can't interface with the public without like assuming their psychological profile. You know, like I have to assume it. It's almost like being a hostage negotiator. Like I have to assume their perspective, make the prejudice of that assumption of what they see and think, and then I have to curtail the way that I communicate uh, to speak to a person. If I don't do that, shit gets weird really quick. And I was thinking about this, the perspective differences between the perceptual differences between oh, my chair I broke. Perceptual differences between people, right? So what do I mean by that? I'm talking about how you know, both in like conversations with politics, but any other thing, it's like people really believe what they perceive as they should. I mean, that's just logical, right? But they really have a huge difference. But now they're kind of like coagulating, right? Like you have the right and the left, right? But they're kind of like coalescing, right? And there are the places where they're the same between the two is like the reality programming, and then that's like the real spectrum, right? Between the false party systems is like where do they agree together and where do they disagree on it. That's one side of the spectrum, right? That's like authoritarianism. And then you've got the other side of the spectrum, which is just like, you know, uh, individual liberty, essentially, right? Like anarchy, essentially, in the purest of terms. I don't mean like anarchy with whatever you think about imagery that you associate with it, or people. I just mean like in a purely sociological context. Those are the two spectrums, right? And the perceptual difference, like the change for me, I realized it's not like I'm not a smart dude. I'm really not. Like I'm a dumb kid. The difference in perception, it started when I went overseas, because when I was a kid, I would always watch, like I was just like everybody else. I'd watch cartoons, all of your legacy media programming, so music, film, and television, right? Internet was around, but it wasn't, the media bandwidth wasn't around, the data bandwidth to sustain media. And so, so basically, that's how I started. I went to Europe. I got stationed in Europe, was my first duty station. And right away, if you don't know, like Europe, or at least like this would have been like early 2000s. So Europe's got what they call AFIS television, which is like military programming for service personnel. And so it leaves a little bit to be desired, right? Like it sucks. It's like, it would be the equivalent, like if you can imagine like 1970s programming where they're going through the challenges of like learning how to communicate with audiences and just how to keep audience retention and keep people even caring. That's like 70s programming, but then with modern equipment, that's AVs television. So you learn right away, well, there's not anything to write home about here. I'm not going to watch it. So you quit watching it. Next thing that happens is you get used to not watching it, and you don't really miss it. You find other ways to fill that hole in your heart that the programming took. Um, so then when I rotated back stateside and I did my first PCS in the United States, the contrast mostly is probably due to just the transition from like the infancy of the internet into it destabilizing production media, legacy media, network television, things like that. And so it was just starting to do that. Like you didn't really have, Netflix didn't have all that asset it's got now, right? So that transition time was very particular because that was like I was gone during that, and shit like really ramped up. So then I got back, and it just the stark contrast between the two periods was too much, and I could never get it back. Like I could never reconnect with the sociosphere of, that feeling where it's like you sink down on the couch and you're like, oh fuck yeah, I'm gonna watch my favorite fucking show, and I'm gonna pour that Diet Coke down my throat. I could never get that again. It was gone, no matter what. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean, that That's not necessarily, yeah, I joined after 9/11. When 9/11 happened, I was in high school, and then I dropped out of high school, and then started fucking shit up, and then I went to the recruiter's office, and then I went through delayed, and then it took me like an extra. I had to go to college to get my GED. I had to complete a GED, and then I had to go through some college credit hours to get in. So it's like I kind of like fucked myself because I was thinking I was just gonna go right in. So I was like, "Yep, I'm done. I'm done with school. Fuck this." And I got out, and it didn't work out. Yeah, so I joined right after 9/11, or tried to. I didn't get in. I didn't get in until like I didn't start on delayed entry until like Iraq war, because the first time that I went in, they kind of let me know the bad news, and then it took me like I had to go to school. I had to save up money to go to college and get college credit, and so it took me, it was like 2 semesters. So I went in, like I got in. I went to Europe in 2005. I deployed to Ar Ramadi during 2006, and then I was in for Army, and then I served like in Ramadi. It would have been like under Colonel McFarland with 19 Manchus. I mean, I wasn't in Manchus. I was in a separate platoon, and we were like would have been like SEAL Team 2, 19 infantry, um, some guys from 177, shit like that. But so anyway, so the whole thing when I rotated back stateside, the gap between when I left and when I got back, where did the ideas from Karna come from my brain? When I got back, it the gap, the transition was so severe that I could never reconnect. So like everything from then on was overstimulated. You see, the thing about legacy or old media, like if we're talking like 90s era movies, 90s, 80s, 70s, they had subliminal messaging in it, but it was usually like broad social subliminal messaging that wasn't connected to like an active campaign. I mean, a social campaign, like a social engineering campaign, like you should feel this, you should fuck this person. It wasn't like that. It was like maybe we should think about how rude we are. We should all be a little nicer. It'd be like broad, like messages like that, subliminal messaging in the old movies, and nowadays it's just so like even when I got back, the velocity increased too much, so I could just see through it. And that's really the main difference between like my perception and people that didn't have that experience, I think, and just the very particular situation that I was in. It just like really ripped the veil off. And it was like I could never, like I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I was just kind of, I chalked it up to like, hey, the big boys got this, like whatever. It's not it's not my deal, right? And so I just didn't look into it that much. I was just like everybody else. And I think all of us have this normalcy bias. So like, oh, it's really more of a like once you start first like learning about it, you get that cognitive dissonance where it's like, fuck, this is like a real threat. This is a real deal that's going on. This is like serious shit. And you get it's like a Stockholm syndrome one, right? Where you like psychologically psych yourself into being like, it's not that. Like I'm not worried about it. We don't have to worry about that. Like we don't have to take care of it. It's good. This is just overreaction, right? So so the well, let me ask you this: what do you guys think? So what do you think about COVID-19, and what do you think is going on with the situation with China? What are your thoughts? Just give me some like spitballs, just like your general impression. COVID-19. What do you think about that pandemic? China did it. China is fucking with us. China is opaque, known for disinfo. China number one. Lab made. U.S. funded. Oh, hey, that's kind of a stark difference, isn't it? Overblown. Accidental release of government specimen involving China and the United States. China is asshole. Oh, let me ask you this. What do you think about what do you think is going on with Epstein? What do you think about Epstein? What do you think about Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, you're fat. Alive. I saw it. He was murdered. He was murdered. He didn't kill himself, right? That's definitely what they say, right? Alive. Alive. Why do you think he's alive and in hiding? Why would you say that? If you would say that, and if both the Republicans and the Democrats both agree that he's dead, but the Republicans think that he was murdered, and the Democrats think that he committed suicide. Or wait, what is it? The Democrats think he was murdered. The Republicans think no. The Democrats think he committed suicide. The Republicans think he was murdered. Right? Isn't that right? Is that what they say? He's been moving his money. Yeah, probably. Okay. So here we go. I'm wasting enough time here. I'm wasting enough. I was trying to gauge where you guys are at, because if I jump off into this, it's going to be kind of like we're just doing a cannonball in the water, and you guys are going to think I'm retarded. But the deal is, so I've been off Carnicon. Part of the reason that I'm not interested in Carnicon is that YouTube really sucks creative, like my creative impulse that comes from inside of me, who I am, is purely about the drive of expression. It doesn't have to do with monetization. It was never about that. And so Carnicon really sucked out a lot of my energy and money to do it, and I was happy to do it. I was totally happy to do it. But it's like the YouTube itself. It really sucks you into a monetization model, and then you start doing like reviews and yada yada, and it becomes all about the money. And that's really the problem, right? The real problem with everything is that this country is run by money, right? And that's what everybody worships. A lot of people say that they're like in a religion, but the reality is that I think most people gauge morality by money, and it's subconscious. Like they have the inability, like when they see something that represents wealth, they go, well, he's doing well. That can't be bad, right? And that's the problem. That's the problem with the United States. It's wealth has access to the money supply has superseded the metric of morality, and it's become everyone's idol. It's become everyone's idol. And nobody seeks anything else, right? Even in the prepper community, even in the prepper disaster preparedness community, it's still all about me, right? It's about, I'm buying this, I'm buying that, I'm stacking on my shit, like everybody else is fucked. I'm good. We're not good. Nobody's going to be good. That's right. Money is worthless. Not only is paper money worthless, gold and silver are worthless too, beyond their physical use. Their physical use as a metal, whatever they might be used for. Gold actually makes a really good EFP plate, but it's a little bit pricey. Okay, so where do we get into this? How do I start? I'm not going to be able to stick the knife into you softly. Like, we're just going to have to start, right? What the fuck is this shit? I don't know. You tell me. It is a good conductor. What is your point? Yeah, I don't know. Good point. my point is that things aren't what they seem. That's my point. Well, let's let the dogs, bro. Okay, let's get started here. All right, so we're talking about COVID-19, right? So if you guys don't know, the consolidation of the United States started in 2001. That was the trigger. In 2001, you had just a little bit. In 2001, you had the DHS got created, the TSA, all of these extensions of the executive branch. And if you're not aware of this, so essentially, the United States government, as it was originally created, it was a elected government. I think everybody has that general idea, but we didn't have any independent executive agencies, right? All this stuff is like post World War II creation. Most of it's within a majority of it is within, since the 70s, since the 1970s. And then you have a huge chunk of it came around after 2001. Like 2001 was like the gate to just the floodgate of just opening up. Like we don't care what it is. Like we don't give a fuck, whatever. And then the total commoditization and consumer stimulation of everything, including like people, psychologically. So basically, what happened was you had two major things happen in the United States. You had like the creation of all these extrajudicial independent executive agencies, which are not elected, which nobody really. I mean, honestly, I'll put it this way: nobody, no. I'm sure there are some people that do know the entire structure of the U.S. government, but basically, like if you like anybody in the government does not know the extent of the U.S. government, particularly like in the executive branch and the crossover into the private sector. And those two things have been entirely muddied and crossed over, and they're just transitioning. Now, when that happened, essentially, like we can take ATF for example, right? Because everybody's familiar with that. So ATF, they have cross jurisdictional authority with what would be the jurisdiction of a locality's investigation. And it pretty much, it's not dependent on the type of crime. Like it's not dependent on if guns are involved. It's dependent on if the ATF thinks that they need to be there because guns are involved, right? So there is no standard, and that's pretty much across the board for like any of this stuff. Most of the executive independent agencies are required by law to post their staff, because after all, it's unelected anyway. People get freaked out about huge bureaucracy having no accountability. So they're supposed to post it. Now, surprisingly, can somebody go to ATS website and tell me if they posted their staff structure with names? I checked it out a little bit ago, like I don't know, a year ago or something. They've never had their list of employees on there, but you should check. Somebody check that out for me if you would. Anyway, in the private sector, you have like the crossover of like the CDC going into the government, like that's under the DHSS, Department of Human Services. But so basically, like, let's say that you're in a police department, right? Let's say that you're in a police department. You have the NIMS program. It's essentially it's like a lottery. So you enter into a lottery for federal grants. They can be pretty large. You won't necessarily get them, but if you're compliant, now in order to be eligible for the grants, you have to be compliant with the standards, right? Part of the standard of the NIMS program for anybody like Sheriff's Department, like I found out about this working in Sheriff's Department. The NIMS program in like ICS, Incident Command System, that's like a top-down subordination to federal government to throw off the balance of power that's written into the Constitution. So but it's under the unqualified guise of like an emergency situation, right? But the emergency situation can be synthesized, right? So this also happens. So NIMS is also for municipal entities. It doesn't necessarily have to be law enforcement, right? But by the Phoenix PD Fire Department, yeah, maybe the system, but it's not. Who started? You know who started ICS? That's Michael Chertoff from BAE. He's at BAE now on the board. That's who started it. So, so you've got like for laboratories, you've got like the CLIA, right? Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments, and that's like the equivalent. That's the equivalent in the medical field in testing of NIMS, right? Like you have to go in line with their federal directives. So part of that is that like all of your tests that are being taken right now are being sent to CDC. Okay, so everybody that just got a screening in the United States got a copy of their test sent to the CDC. Let's see. I really should have prepared better, I guess, right? It's boring. What the fuck do you want to talk about? You want to talk about like hookers or something? Go to fucking sleep. Laser hookers. This world is a fucking giant ghetto. Okay. All right. So essentially, right, like you got like this, all these tests are getting sent to the CDC, and what they're looking at your genetic code. So you have two types of tests. You got the PRC test. That's a type of test. You've got serology. So serology is used in forensic investigation, right? That's what it's used for. So like anybody that's into forensic pathology and investigation in law enforcement is going to be familiar with serology, especially if they work in the lab. That's like where you send your shit when you get semen, blood, or other fluid samples. You would send it off, and they're going to analyze it. Now, what that's for is to identify a person, right? So serology can potentially be. Now, here's the trick, right? Everybody's too dumb. Nobody knows anything, right? So they're doing these all these tests. They're doing like the mouth swab or the nasal swab, and that's one type of test. But the serology test is a blood draw, right? And the blood draw, they actually, so like I pulled some of this reference material I pulled from the CDC's website. So CDC actually doesn't even take the serology samples for testing, right? So essentially what's going on right now, what's a good bet is that all of your fucking DNA is getting sent off to private DNA banks that are going to, it's probably being sold under the guise of them being anonymized DNA samples, but you can probably rest assured that that's not the case, that they know who you are. So I mean, maybe they don't know your name, but they know what your race is, right? They're going to know like your race and your approximate age, right? And that's important, right? So here's the thing. So you might know that in the last 5 years or so, so one of the instigations that happened with Russia is that the United States put up a bunch of genetic labs in the territories outside of Russia, right? Like, so all the Eastern European countries started getting genetic, like super secret genetic labs that were going into the host populations and pulling blood samples and doing testing there. So Russia put a total ban on that. They like squashed that. They were like, we're not giving Russian DNA material to private entities that aren't Russian, right? Now this hasn't made it around the United States yet. Like people understand, like they're kind of freaked out a little bit, maybe, but not really. And that's this global DNA collection from everything from like 23andMe. You probably remember the 23andMe campaign when they were soliciting people like learn your genealogy and then your DNA. All that is a that's just like a DNA collection method. So who are the people that are collecting DNA? Well, whoo boy. Okay, so DNA collection. So DNA collection started with well, how far back should we go? Should we talk about like Darwin and Galton? Because they like Darwin came out with this theory of evolution. Then you've got like the Galtons doing prescribing it to humans, right? And this should have been like Darwin's in the late 1800s, turn of the century. Then you have like the American eugenics program that gets launched, and it's just so ahead of its time, like nobody's tracking anything. And they actually went through sterilization programs in the United States, mostly for like what they would consider undesirable, so it'd be like mentally, criminally insane. But that's really what that really is they're just experimenting, right? This is like the experimental phase, right? Then you get the transition from the United States of all of the entities that are doing the genetic testing into Europe. It expands into Europe. And around this time, this is when you get like Planned Parenthood comes up, right? So Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, right? Well, there was also another woman that was in the founding of Planned Parenthood, and that was Fania Mindell, and like Mindell, and she was married to a guy named Roeder. Roeder was a like a communist revolutionary. He actually assisted Pancho Villa in the civil war in Mexico, and she went down to Mexico. They lived there, like after all the shenanigans with Planned Parenthood on the East Coast. So then you get eugenics goes into Germany, and that's like Europe in general, and then you get like the huge European companies working on it, and then it works its way into Germany. You get companies like IG Farben. Like IG Farben had a eugenics wing. IG Farben, for those of you that don't know, so IG Farben is it was a German industrial company. They made like chemicals. They did like laboratory shit for health services, medicine, huge manufacturer. IG Farben is also the one that produced Zyklon B for the Third Reich, for the Holocaust, right? Now, what's really interesting about that is that there's like, so if you like Wikipedia, IG Farben, you'll see the quote in there. I can't remember. It's from somebody from the Third Reich that like it's like a quote while they were still around, that IG Farben is like a Jewish conspiratorial world government entity, capitalist Jewish world government entity. So it's really interesting to me that they would claim that, and then later on there would be it would come to be find out that they're supposedly manufacturing Zyklon B. So IG Farben became Bayer. Right? They became Bayer. They got they produced like aspirin and shit. They got taken over by the Allied powers after the fall of Germany. Right? It's just kind of like a dog and pony show of like, now we're taking their shit, we're making it ours, but nothing really changed, right? So IG Farben later became Bayer AG. Bayer bought Monsanto recently in the United States, if you didn't know that. So Bayer, you know all the shit? How the fuck should I know what you don't know? The Rothschild hack. Which Rothschild hack? Okay. I'm gonna keep going. This fishy guy, fishy fish wants me to keep going. All right. You keep me up. You keep me motivated, bro. All right. This motherfucker says he doesn't know shit. See that? You guys need to slow it. We all need to get on the same page. This is the whole fucking problem, is that everyone in the United States is purposefully miseducated. They have no idea of the history of the United States. No idea. History that's taught in school is not the history of the United States. It is entirely different. we're going to take a fucking trip here, guys. And this trip, you're coming with me, and we're going to a special place. You know what it's called? It's wild. It's fucking completely insane, like nothing you've ever seen before. It's called Planet Earth. Okay, that's where we're going. Okay, so here we go. So you got fucking Bayer, right? So you got this cat named Guthrie. So Guthrie is a scientist in the 1960s. He comes out with the idea of the PKU test. Right? PKU is a long word that I don't remember that has to do with a like a genetic disposition to not metabolize certain foods, and it can kill infant children. Right? Sounds pretty scary, right? Now the thing is that it's race dependent. Believe it or not, it's actually people are different. So the PKU in the like, for example, in like Asiatic and Caucasoid races is like a prevalence of 1 in 25,000 or something like that, right? So it's such a rare occurrence that it doesn't make any logical sense to even test for it just because it's so rare. Like that percentage is very, very low. There's not a whole lot that's like that, but when you got Bayer working on it, it becomes a whole deal. They can put some ass behind it. So Bayer manufactures for Guthrie and pretty much steals the test. Now Bayer produced it under a subsidiary called Miles Laboratory, which is just a wing of Bayer, and they produced the test. And Bayer still produces the test today. So when you get born in a hospital and you go get a heel prick, the actual test is the material that they use for test, the paper that they put your blood on is manufactured by Bayer, the same people that manufactures Zyklon B, right? So, so why is that significant? Well, it's significant because, so do me a favor. Would you guys go to like Wikipedia has a good page on newborn screening tests, right? The newborn, newborn screening test, and what do they call it? I think that's what they call it, newborn screening test. They've got a good Wikipedia page on there, and you'll see they have like this great section at the very end. It's called controversy, and it lists it's like some people had problems with over the years of the PKU test because like they wanted more PKU testing and they didn't get enough. And then there's like this other family was concerned that like maybe we need more after test solutions to treat the virus, all this shit, the disorder. And then at the end, it's like, and then there was also, some people that were worried about secret government testing. It's like they just like slip it in at the end. So there's been lawsuits in a handful of states, probably like 5 or 6 states that are really large. Like we're talking like large lawsuits involving like 1 million PKU samples that were sold. And so they're basically every single state in the United States since the 1960s has been collecting your DNA, and they're selling it. First they sell it, right? And they charge you in the hospital for it first because you got to pay for that shit. So you pay Bayer for it. They're going to send your baby's blood. They're going to do like their bullshit PKU test that you really don't even need to get done. I know people like to pretend like they freak out about that. I know people do get it if you got PKU. Your kid's sick, like, I'm sorry, that's not we're not talking about that. We're talking about the other 25,000 people that need to get the test, okay? Let's just make that distinction, okay? So your blood then gets sold after the PKU testing to private DNA banks that are not supervised and have no mandate of supervision by any government. They can do anything that they want with them. So they are building a fucking gigantic database of DNA of everyone that's been born in the hospital for decades. And at this point, it took a few decades for it to proliferate outside the United States. It's pretty much like worldwide. Like if you're a first world country with a hospital, like you're getting your blood drawn. That's just going to happen, unless you're smart. Now, the quick recommendations is Doug tip. I have my kids at home and I don't do the paperwork. That's what I do. Just like, like they would be if there wasn't a tyrannical government over us. But, and they don't like that, but that's okay. So, what is significant about this? So these are the same people, I'm assuming, that are probably getting your DNA from your COVID-19 testing. Now, I would love it. I don't know if we have any statesmen watching right now. No, I don't. My kids don't have social security numbers. I forego about, I would get like $5,000 in taxes every year for claiming my dependents, but I don't do it because I love them and they're fucking worth more than money, right? So my kids don't have socials. I tell the when the census takers come, I tell them to fuck off. Okay, my glow boys. I'm sure I do have some glow boys. So yeah, my kids are going to be like Apache Indians with fucking Mark 18s. So what did they do with the DNA? That's a fantastic question. I got it. Apache fucking A, man. Hey, I'm sorry about what the Europeans did to the indigenous American population. It was really terrible. It's not what you think though. I'd love to go in that. Okay. This is what I want you to do, if you would please, and then you type into the chat here. Would you please? So the board. Would you go to the newborn screening test, and would you look in there to see who is the official authority that's in the private sector that regulates all of the ethics with DNA collection, genetic testing, and all that shit? If you would look that up and see that it's probably I think it's the American Academy of Pediatrics, AAP. I think it's the ACMG, which is like a American Committee of Genetic something rather. If you could look that up and then type it into the chat so that everybody can see it. And if you could, I know that the American Academy of Pediatrics is on there. Could someone go to American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics? Thank you. Would you please? Would somebody please go to the one person go to the ACMG website, and would one person please go to AAP website? Once you get there, this is what I want you to do. Go to the about the organization, and I want you to find their leadership or the committees that have to do with genetics. It should be like an genetic ethics committee or whatever. I want you to go in there. If they have a board, I want you to pull up the board. The board is going to be the legal authority of like those are the swinging dicks that are managing all this shit, right? So go in there, look them up, look up the names. I want to know. So let's see. I'm gonna do it too. I got another phone here. I'm gonna go to AAP website, AAP.org, the American Academy of Pediatrics. Now, if you could just start typing in some of the last names that are listed on the people that are on the committees for this, because this is a very important organization. I mean, this is like they are pulling your kid's blood here, right? I mean, it's kind of important, don't you think? Don't you want to know where your fucking kid's blood is going, right? You start listing off the names. I want names. List off the names. We're looking at last names. We got Korf. We got Greb, Stein, Whiteman, Shaw. Greb, I already saw that. Topper. Let's look. About the AAP. My phone's, by the way. Committees, councils, and sections. Let's see what kind of councils they have at the APP. Committees. Oh, this looks interesting. AP committees. COA, the COB, that's a Committee on Bioethics. So who's a bioethics? I wonder who's in bioethics. Probably has something to do with genetics, doesn't it? Macaulay, Geis, Opel, Bossack, Stoddard, Leventhal, Dikema, Ryan, Dell, Eister. That's the bioethics committee. Oh, they have a No, it's not politics. Coding and nomenclature, continuing medical education, committee on development, just general development, fetus and newborn, infectious diseases, Native American child health. Where's that Apache guy? Hey, they have a special committee just for Native Americans. What's that about? Are they trying to fucking come back around and take you all out? Is that what's going on? Psychosocial aspects. Wow. State and government affairs. That looks cool. Nutrition. Where's their genetics? Did I miss the genetics? Pediatric research. Committee on Pediatric Research. Bogue, B-O-G-U-E, Ellison, Chadrak, Coddington, Cairo, Tarini, Wilson, Mystery, Cabana, Lane, Lapata, Beasley, Langkamp, White. I think an interesting one would be the state and government affairs. Let's see that one. That's probably some heavy hitters. Wheeler, Costello, Corriveau, Brooks, Christian, Miles, Young, Kusma. What about what about that what was the American the AMCG? What are the names of the AMCG? Oh, I got it. Here we go. AMCG. We got Redder. We got uh, Greg, Huggan, Williams, Klugman, Lyon, Roeder, Roberts, Cohen, Dimmer, Grip, Mattern, Murray, Flynn, Powell, Rim, Korf, Steiner, Fleischer, Munk, McClure, Morin, Pitro, and Wells. I'm starting to see a pattern here. These are fucking Algonquin names. These are all Algonquins. Did you know that? Did you guys realize that? Now, can you imagine living in this day and age? In this day and age, with all the shit that you get through the fucking media, all the commercials that you watch that tell you who you should love and what you should think and who you should hate and how you have to be fair. And look at this. They're hiring nothing but Algonquins. Can you believe that? What's the point? It's great. Very great. The point is that you guys need to get it. You need to get somebody that's a statesman to go and check this shit out. This is what I want you to do. I want you to type in. Let's do. Type in. I want you to do a search for ethnic bioweapons. Ethnic bioweapons. An ethnic bioweapon, genetic weapon, is a type of theoretical bioweapon that aims to harm only or primarily people of specific ethnicities or genotypes. first discussed in modern fictional discussions of ethnic bioweapons by Robert A. Heinlein, who makes great books, Starship Troopers, right? Way ahead of his time, right? Well, it just sounds like this is theoretical. I don't think you have anything to worry about here. Uh, Fictional discussion, ethnic bioweapons, Robert A. Heinlein, 1942, novel 6 column. Nothing to see here. You guys don't have to worry about anything. Here we go. 1997, U.S. Secretary of Defense William Cohen, I think it's an Algonquin name, referred to the concept of an ethnic bioweapon as a possible risk. Oh, shit. In 1998, some biological weapon experts considered such a genetic weapon plausible and believed the former Soviet Union had undertaken some research on the influence of various substances on human genes. Holy shit. Holy shit, guys. I don't know. I'm kind of freaked out about this. Now, I mean, first I thought it was just Starship Troopers, but in the policy paper 2000, written by Rebuilding America's Defenses, the think tank Project for the New American Century, PNAC, very large organization, described ethnic bioweapons as a politically useful tool that U.S. adversaries could have incentive to develop and utilize. You see that, guys? It could be the terrorists. The possibility of a genetic bomb is presented in Vincent Sirik's Race, the Reality of Human Differences. Sounds racist. The Guardian reported in 2004, British Medical Association considered bioweapons designed to target certain ethnic groups as a possibility and highlighted problems that advances in science for such things as treatment of Alzheimer's and other debilitating diseases could also be used for malign purposes. Oh, shit. The Red Cross said the potential to target a particular ethnic group with a biological agent is probably not far off. Why would they do that? Oh, here's a section. Israeli ethnobomb controversy. In November 1998, the Sunday Times reported that Israel was attempting to build an ethnobomb containing a biological agent that could specifically target genetic traits present amongst Arab populations. Holy shit! The madmen. Can you believe these guys? Here we go. Hey, this is what I was actually referring to. So this is okay. It's farther back than I thought. This is 2007. In 2007, Russian newspaper Kommersant reported that the Russian government, and this is factual because I've seen this from another source. This is actually what I was discussing earlier. The Russian government banned all exports of human biosamples. The report claimed that the reason for the ban was a secret FSB report about ongoing development of genetic bioweapons targeting Russian population by Western institutions. You guys get what's going on here? So essentially, what needs to happen is that we need some actual politicians that aren't clipped, that don't have their nuts clipped, to follow the chain of custody of all these fucking blood tests that just got taken of Americans all over the United States and figure out where they are right now. We need to know where they're at. That's what you should care about. That's what you should care about. You should care about, if you give a fuck about America and the safety of Americans, that should be your only priority. That is not the priority of the United States right now. That is not the way that a politician behaves right now in the United States, right? They're worried more about like how are they going to pull some of your tax money to make 3M masks, little dust masks. They're not going to protect you, by the way. It's a really good chance that COVID-19 did not actually originate from China, or perhaps it did originate from China, most likely, but And it may have been the Chinese. It may have been a Chinese lab, but you know, at this point, with the history that we have, just in the last 20 years, like, are you stupid to listen to the MSM? I don't know. I mean, I don't listen to MSM at all. You know, I mean, I do actually, I watch it critically. I watch it to watch what the game is between the two. But if they're selling it, then it's got you know, they can cash in the coupon. There's something they're going to get for it, right? So let's talk about China, okay? China has had huge amounts of gold moved to it for the last, really, I mean, it really started in the 1900s, like early 1900s, Boxer Rebellion. That's when this shit all first started. So if you don't know the history of the Boxer Rebellion, it was basically like there were Christian missionaries going into China under the guise of being missionaries, but there was also like commerce control going on in the settlements that were set up. So it was like under the guise, like they were. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know. This is just what it looks like from my research. It looks like there was basically like a transnational force that was going into China under the they went into China under the guise of being Christian missionaries, but in reality they were trying to get in on China and fuck shit up. So that was the Boxer Rebellion. You got the Marine Corps got deployed there, and they got deployed there. You had you know, that was like right before the time of Smedley Butler. I think, I don't know, was Smedley in Boxer Rebellion? I don't know. Anyway, so the Corps went there. The reason why they went there is because basically you had like the patriots in China like realized that they were getting underhanded there, and they were like, fuck that. You know, the reason that they're called the Boxers is because we call them Chinese boxers, because they were all martial artists. So like they didn't have like a developed armory or modern development of warfare later in the 20th century. That hadn't happened yet. So they did a lot of like stabbing and then martial arts and shit. And they actually were successful at first, but then the Corps went in there and, you know, like tore them up, obviously. But so they got torn up, and then they had to sign an 8-nation accord to allow, you know, like a transnational railroad to go to China. And then during that time, one of the 8 nations was Japan. And then this is where you get like the Japanese atrocities against China prior to World War II. So, you know, you had like different military stationed in China for essentially like using the host nations to guard this transnational investment in China. And then Japan was one of them, and they like you know, there's just like a lot of atrocity, a lot of rape and murder that took place in the Chinese population, and that was under Japan. I mean, we were in that too. We were part of that 8-nation pact, and then you had Japan in it, and then that's what built up the animosity between China and Japan. And then you had Japan, you know, like Japan, like we were supplying all of Japan's steel and oil and everything, and the lead up to World War II, prior to Pearl Harbor, was entirely known. So there's old Department of War put out reels that it's actually really funny. Like in the 1950s, they put out like reels right after World War II, because they just had no idea of like there would be any kind of international conspiratorial thing going on. So they just had no idea, and they're just like put it out there. So there's like government produced chronological reels about the development of animosity with Japan, and when you watch them nowadays, you're just like, okay, so basically we're like slowly like, come on, Japan, attack us. No, you won't attack us. Okay, how about this? And then eventually Pearl Harbor, we get Pearl Harbor. So that's the situation with Japan. And it's no different with China. So anybody that's over 30, over 30 remembers when made in China products were a minority of the importation of products in the United States. Anybody that's over 30 knows that the importation of Chinese products in the United States was pretty minimal, like back in the 80s and 90s. And then in the last, really like the past 20 years, that's when it's like really rocket shipped off. And then as soon as this happens, then you get China gets built up as an adversary, you know. So like, how does that work, right? Isn't that kind of coincidental? Pretty coincidental, right? Because nobody liked Chinese products, right? In the 1990s, if you got a like, people would avoid Chinese products. Like, you go to the store, you see made in China, you're like, well, I'm not buying that, obviously. Like, I'm gonna buy the fucking made anywhere but China, anywhere but China, right? And nobody wanted Chinese products, but they gave them to us regardless of what we wanted. They painfully and slowly industrialized China through mandatory trade agreements with every country. And now we're in the situation that we are, where China is being escalated into a threat against the United States. And they've had gold, huge amounts of gold, moved to China. I'm not, I'm going to sound like kind of an idiot talking about this because I don't really know what I'm talking about. But if somebody's in commodities trade, they'll understand. They can write in the chat. So basically, you've got China's internal mining capacity of like gold, and that has like a flow chart of, over time, builds a chart and it shows a trend. Well, China's like off-book gold is known to be way higher than what they produce, and there's no exchange on public registry to account for the additional gold. And so what that means essentially is that the central banks of the world have been moving fucking gold into China. And if you don't know what gold is, it's basically an inverse relationship to the US dollar, which is the world reserve fiat currency right now, right? So everything that's going on with China has not only been set up, it's completely predictable, and people have known about this forever. So if you go on YouTube, you can look up, or just like Google, if you Google search like Thucydides paradox, China, you will see a bunch of asshats that earn too much money for the last decade talking about how a conflict with China is inevitable. Talking about it like they're like Henry Kissinger or something. They're Henry Kissinger wannabes, right? And that's the deal with China. That's what's going on. So this entire escalation. I'm gonna cut it to you straight. Okay, the United States is going to go to war with China. Like, it's not gonna. There's nothing that you can do to stop it. This is a long set of dominoes that's been set up for fucking ever, and it's getting to completion now, right on time, and all the pieces are in place. So essentially, we're just waiting for tit for tat until they attack us enough to justify an existential world war. Now, the war is obviously going to be fought on Chinese territory. It's not going to be fought in the United States, although we could incur some attacks. There's a lot of movers in Los Angeles, which, could get hit by China. And so I think that you're going to see the goal is a military response buffered out from the shores of the United States enough to keep an incursion by China by, like directed missile or like, who knows, submarines, maybe. I don't know. They've got crazy shit. Like, they don't give a fuck. They're trying to buffer it out, so they're going to try to buffer it out. They're going to try to put it like anything with the land is going to be up north. They're going to be in the Arctic. That's why all the Arctic drills have increased for the U.S. military in the past 2 decades. You've had like a substantial increase in not just in the United States, but all the countries in Arctic training. And that's what that's for. They're anticipating. They're basically, it kind of tells you where if there's any boots on the ground, that's where it's going to be at, right? Like they don't want China to be in Los Angeles killing all their yuppies, right? So they're not going to do that. Like they're gonna strategically organize it so they don't fucking TKO Los Angeles. But if you start seeing some movers moving out of Los Angeles, you might consider taking a vacation for real. But it'll be in China. And one of the things that you should understand about China is that China has been set up this way because China is one of the few large populations besides, like there's India, of course, that'll come later. It's just a matter of time, but I don't think it's in our lifetime for India, but you basically like China is now engaged with us in the same way that, like we've been forcefully mended into a consumer manufacturer relationship that we didn't want, that nobody wanted. It's been done on purpose. And China has a lot of resources and a lot of people. And China is the principal debt holder for the United States. So they've got they're like one of the biggest countries besides Japan. Japan holds a lot of debt too. But China holds a shitload of debt, treasury bonds. And if like as soon as our economy tanks, which is going to happen, they can't cash them in, like they're worthless. So it's like they're basically setting up the billions of people in China who are holding all of our debt to get the musical chairs stopped while they're standing up. And then they're not going to get reimbursed. And so what's going to happen is that they're going to it's going to create the narrative that they deserve things from the United States, that they got fucked by the United States, even though we didn't do it, and we don't even want any fucking Chinese products, and nobody wants Chinese products, China has massive cyber intelligence, human intel, propaganda, and economic control within the United States. Yeah, do you know why that is? Because it was set up like that. Because academics set up with the fucking Department of Immigration to bring in Chinese nationals in the United States to paint them as a fucking target, because they knew that this was going to happen. This is what I mean. It's like we're on two different planets. Like it's been known forever. If anybody knows the Fed or like somebody in the State Department knows that, like for the past 2 decades, the actual people that have to take paychecks to keep track of this shit have known about Chinese nationals in the United States, being at every single university that has sensitive technology. This is all over the country. They've been brought in purposefully. Now, who controls the Department of Immigration? Could somebody go to the Department of Immigration website and look it up and tell me who the staff is? I'm genuinely curious. Could you post some last names? I want to see if we got any Algonquins on there, right? And they probably got, if you didn't know this, every executive independent agency basically has a partner non-governmental organization, like some kind of it's either a think tank or policy board that is in officialdom, an unelected officialdom with the Independence Agency, which is also unelected, and then they like take the guidance of them, right? And that's like where they inform their policies. And then they have a paper trail, so when shit gets fucked up, they go like, look, we had this, we had these numbers, it's good, right? Yeah. So this is, let me explain the situation. So basically what you have right now in the United States, what you have going on right now in the United States, what is occurring is that Americans are becoming suspicious in every single category of demographic. Everybody is becoming suspicious. That's why the censorship has been pushed up into ridiculous proportions. That's why you have all of this anti-Chinese rhetoric going right in line, because they're setting up China to be the bad guy, because they need a distraction, because we're getting a fucking government coup. That's what's going on. It's just a slow death. That's all that it is. We have a government that's so large, that's unelected, that is running shit, that spills over into the jurisdiction of our elected government and supersedes it. And then now our elected government, all the way down to the municipal level, is pretty much entirely on the government tip. So like even in municipal, right? Like for example, I work in sewer, right? So like it's just some small podunk town, like a couple people, and they got pushed into taking government grants. So then they got a lagoon, and then the lagoon had issues, and they had to go through contractors that were government certified. Like they couldn't just freely choose anyone. They had to go through this like specific contractor, and then they fuck shit up, so now they're having problems with it. And then pretty much they're starting to realize now, uh, as a lot of municipalities are figuring out, is that number one, they don't have any fucking choice in what to do. They gave away their sovereignty, like they're too meek to tell people to fuck off, and because they want money, right? They want the money because they don't have any sorts of. It's good. Towns are crumbling. Things are crumbling because everything's in a stepwise, top-down hierarchy economically in the United States. And so they have to take the money, and then they lose their sovereignty, and then they have limited choices that they can make, and then they make a bad situation even worse, and then they kind of figure out like, wow, this is just a scam essentially, but through the government, through the guise of government, like wearing our fucking American flag to screw our people out of money, and it's our own government process that's doing this. This is happening all over the country. It's happening all over the country. I'm not saying that everybody has the same situation. I'm just saying that there's so much fraud, waste, and abuse that it's at absurd levels. Like we're getting to it's getting to the breaking point, right? 1033 program, exactly. Okay, so we've talked about China and the virus. Did you guys get what I'm talking about with COVID-19? Do you understand the scale of what's going on? Like this isn't just about the Chinese military strength. Well, I can tell you about the Chinese military strength. They essentially have. So let me do this. I'm gonna look up something really quick. This is gonna be an aid with what we're talking about. So a lot of people. So here's the interesting thing about China, right? The primary language in China is Mandarin, which is a very distinct language that's very difficult to learn because there's so many characters, and it's very different. It's just very different from everybody. Uh, they also have like China is racially homogenous, meaning that like if you're not a Chinese person who was born there, you're going to stand out when you're operating in China. And China's set up right now as a surveillance state. So like if let's say you're like a European person, you're European ethnicity person, and you're in China, like you're going to be tracked everywhere you go. And you're not even going to know it because they just have fucking cameras everywhere. Like every inch of a city is covered in cameras, right? So like, for example, here's something that you need to understand about Chinese culture. It's very important because what you have to understand is that China has a total control on the media. It's very restricted, right? Like they don't want anything getting in from Western society. But here's the thing that the news won't tell you is that they don't want Chinese media getting out. They don't want Chinese media getting here. And here's something interesting you might want to know about. Okay, so this is like an article. This is an article. So if you basically in China, their bestsellers they have a bunch of bestsellers in nonfiction that will always be about. This has been for like decades about. For example, like I'm reading an article right now off of just a Google search. This is like an interview with a guy in the United States, and he's talking about books that he wrote about Chinese bestsellers. China have popular books in China have titles such as The Secret Talmud, The Jewish Code of Wealth. They've got books like Oh man. Where's a good one? I want to find like a really outlandish one, just so you can see the difference between the culture in the United States and Europe and China. Like China doesn't give a fuck about anything. Like all of your taboos, China doesn't have. There's a guy in China that basically he looked up Chinese law, and then he researched religion, like Western religion, Abrahamic religions and shit, and then he basically came to the determination there was a loophole where there was no prohibition on cannibalism, and so he started an art installation where he eats babies, and it's like, hey, it flies. It follows the technical law of China, so you're good to go. And that's like the type of culture that you're dealing with Chinese, and that's not a judgmental statement. There's no judgment. I mean, I don't think that you should eat babies. Like I do judge that. I just mean in terms of how different they are, right? Money earning secrets from Jews. No books to learn to make money with the Jews. How Jews rule the United States. These are Chinese books, right? Here's an article from Forward 2016, James Roth. Why are the Chinese so obsessed with the Jews? Right? So in China, if you didn't know this, in China, it is believed by everybody that Jews run the entire world through financial control, including the United States. And that's an openly believed, they take it as fact in China, right? That's what the books are. I'm not saying that they're correct. I don't make any judgment on it, right? I don't have to. That's just what they believe, right? It's a lot different in here. What do you think would happen? What do you think would happen in the United States if somebody wrote a book with that title? What would happen? You think you'd get on Amazon? You think you'd be like real popular? You think you'd have good reviews? Probably not, right? But in China, they can do it, and nobody really blames them, right? Like nobody's over there like shaming them. Like most of these articles that I'm reading on this phone are are written by, I presume, Jewish authors, for the surname, and they write about it like it's a sociological phenomenon. It's really interesting, right? Like they don't write about it in a condemning tone, right? So so that's the situation with China. So Chinese media can't come here. Our media can't go to China. You can't mix the two, right? They're separated, and they've been set up to be our adversary, and so now we're going to go to war with them, right? You're not going to have any choice. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be just like everything else. It's going to be exactly like going for Tonkin. It's going to be exactly like the. I mean, are you guys? I'm assuming that everybody here is old enough uh, to see the Iraq War, Colin Powell testimony, right? It's it's a publicly accepted historical fact in the United States that we've been led to war, at least for Iraq War and for the Vietnam War, through deceit, right? That's publicly accepted by now, right? You got Gulf of Tonkin incident, which is like everybody pretty much by now accepts that to be deceitful, and then you've got the weapons of mass destruction. I think most people on except for like the most like the persona invested people that are invested in the political personas and are like, my guys can't be wrong. Most people understand that it was deceit. I know that it was fucking deceit because I was there, and I saw how hard everybody worked and how much people suffered, both us and the Iraqis, mostly the Iraqis, far worse than us. And then when we left, they just handed it over like it was nothing. And when I got back here, you know, nobody gave a shit. Nobody gives a shit. And I'm not saying that you should give a shit. That's not like I'm not condemning you. I'm just saying that this is just the way that it is, right? And so It's going to be the exact same way with China. They're gonna walk us in that. And you want to know the real reason? The real reason that JFK got assassinated was because in it's aside from JFK's personal advisors, which is way too long of a story if you don't know the history of it. You just have to look into it. He had independent advisory that was outside the cabinet, and that was like through the Kennedy family, and that's one aspect. He gave a secret society speech in 1961. I believe that was given to the press. Most people attribute it to communism, but that's like a very one-dimensional way to look at it, because communism, the way that we talk about it, isn't really the way that it is. There's more than one dimension to it, and so when I think it is correct to attribute it to communism, but he's talking about the conspiracy of communism. And so he's talking about the secret society speech. So that's 1961. You've got, the French involvement in Laos and Vietnam, and the spread of communism in Vietnam in the early 60s. You've got Bay of Pigs. You've got JFK, JFK with the military advisory, what was it, Military Advisory Command, Vietnam, MACV. So JFK sent them in there initially, and then they had like one major battle that really was kind of like a political disaster in the early 60s, and that's when JFK told Walter Cronkite, I think the war is unwinnable, and this is not when Walter Cronkite says the war is unwinnable, and like later on in like 68 or whatever, whenever he said that. This is like early 60s. JFK said to, no, I don't use Telegram. JFK said to Walter Cronkite, this may be unwinnable. Ultimately, the Vietnamese people have to want to defeat communism. We can help them, we can supply them, but it's their fight. Like, we can't win the fight for them, right? And so JFK was ready to pull out of Vietnam, right? And that wasn't going to happen, and that's the reason that JFK got assassinated. And then they went full balls in as soon as LBJ got in there, and he was all about it. He said, LBJ's quote is saying, like, he will not lose Vietnam. Like, he will go all in. They're not losing, right? Gulf of Tonkin. If you know any Vietnam vets, you should talk to them before they start passing away, because some incredible stories. I mean, it's an incredible time of American history. Really incredible. Crazy stuff. I heard this. I talked to this guy who was, this is a crazy story, right? I'm not going to say his name because he's not going to, I don't know if he would want to be put out there like that. Well, I know he wouldn't want to be. So I'm this dude that was in Cav, and he was from our hometown, and then he joined as like, or he got drafted. Did he enlist? I think he enlisted. He enlisted as supply, right? And then like he went AWOL to go to a Jimi Hendrix concert on the East Coast in the United States, and then like missed his ship date. And so like then they grabbed him and put him into recon, and they ended up doing recon in Laos. And he was a point man. And then he told me some story. Like, he told me a story one time that was like, he was walking down a trail and it was raining, and it like sucked. It was like monsoon season. And he said that like he was feeling shitty for himself, like wishing that he'd eat a grenade, or something. And like was just like walking down the trail. And then all of a sudden he like looked up, and he said there was a VC with one of those big like field hats. And he was like leaning against a tree, like head down. And so his visor was covering him, and he was like getting all the rain collected on it so the rain wouldn't hit him, right? And because it was raining, it was so loud, and with the pitter patter on his hat, like he couldn't hear the light patrol moving. They were just like on a trail, and he was guarding. He was like their dog leg. He was whatever VC element had the dog leg. He was like the forward security for whatever stationary element they had going on, within range. And then of course, he zapped him. He said, I just threw it on burst and zapped. That's terrible. I don't think we should have fought in Vietnam, you know what I mean? But we're there, so this is just the way that it is, right? Um, it's an interesting story. It's a really interesting story how combat is for everybody. Um, so the so JFK gets assassinated, right? And then full strength into Vietnam, and then what do you get? What do you get? Like the whole JFK assassination pretty much gets swamped out by Vietnam, right? Because after JFK goes, it's like everybody's really upset and worried about communist threat, which was never resolved to any kind of satisfaction, to any kind of public satisfaction, just totally swept under the rug, which should make you suspicious, right? Uh, but who filmed it, right? You got Abraham Zapruder filmed it, and then you got Jack Ruby, which what the hell is Jack Ruby? So Jack Ruby, his actual name is what is it? Jack Ruby. It's really interesting that they use the word Jack Ruby in the media. So Jack Ruby's real name is Jakob Leon Rubenstein, or Jacob Leon Rubenstein. Jacob is Jakob, but that's his real name. But they don't call him that. They don't call him that in media. Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby. Right? Epstein, he's alive. What do you mean? They fucking took him out of the country. So anyway, where do we go next? Where do we go next? What should we talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Pepsi or Coke? Neither one. I don't drink any soda. I drink water mostly, a little bit of milk. Outer Heaven. So Outer Heaven is a project that's underway. That is, so we are fucked. You are fucked if you don't. You are fucked if you don't. If the American population can't wake up to understand that they're being occupied, and that this entire reality is completely synthesized. That's the reason. The reason that the early 2000s are violently different from the current era is not because people had that idea like they thought it was a fucking good idea. It's because it's been economically stimulated into exactly that. Money's been pulled from where the people who make the money supply don't want it, and it's been poured into where they do want it, regardless of if it's a worthwhile model or not, regardless of even if it's profitable. It doesn't matter. That's what you have to understand. You don't have control of the money supply. You lost the money supply. It's the only fucking thing that mattered. Like, essentially, the founding fathers, like Ben Franklin in his autobiography, he talks about, he specifically says, which you should read, by the way. Ben Franklin in his autobiography, he talks about international bankers, trying to get in on the founding of the United States. It's the same thing now, The only difference is that everybody let their guard down and just took the money. You took the money. It's not the Fed. The Fed, yeah, the Fed is no good. We shouldn't have any central banks. But you got to understand that the Fed is nothing. Like, the Fed is nothing. Okay, let's talk. You want to know? You want to know what the real, like, in the United States? Now we're talking United States only here. I want you to look up, if you would, look up BlackRock. I want you to look up BlackRock. BlackRock. BlackRock Inc. is an American global investment management corporation based in New York City, founded in 1988, initially as a risk management and fixed income institutional asset manager. BlackRock is the world's largest asset manager with $7.4 trillion US dollars in assets under management at the end of Q4 2019. Right. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about, if we're talking about finance in China and how money goes in and to the places that they want and gets pulled out of. Here's a couple of books. I got a stack of stuff. So we'll go through a couple of them, okay? So here's if you want this is an old book by a man named Gary Allen, and he was associated with like right-wing politics in the 1970s. He's a former history teacher, and this book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, is good as like a normie primer. Like if you don't know anything, and you're going from like I just wanted to watch Netflix to like, oh shit, then this is like a safe primer. This is not gonna give you in-depth information. This is gonna give you holistic, big picture information on like recent history. It's like an easy read too. Now, if you want the good shit, okay, this is the good shit, okay? Philanthropy and Cultural Imperialism, The Foundations at Home and Abroad by Robert F. Arnold. Now, this is like an academic book, and then you should be aware when you're reading this, right? Like everybody is way into putting everything into a box so they can understand it, because that's like the dumb way of looking at things, right? And it's easy, right? And we always want to take the dumb way because it's easy, but you shouldn't do that. And this is the same with this. Like this book is informationally rich. This is a very rich and valuable book. But if you read it, you're also going to see that this is like a socialist professor or socialist leaning professor that's writing this. So you have to understand that, right? But the details are in the book, and it's important because nobody else is writing books like this, right? This is the people like this are the only people that are writing books about what's going on. So it's like you got to read between the lines, right? Let's see. Here's some other ones. Let's see. My internet probably sucks. I live in the middle of the woods, guys. Okay, so here you go. So here's Tragedy. That's by Carol Quigley. This is a very boring read, but if it make you want to blow your own brains out with my reception. Tragedy and Hope, Carol Quigley. Super dry book. This is like an academic following around the proto-world government bureaucrats as they get their shit together in the 20th century. And it's he writes about it lovingly, like he's an affectionate companion to him. This is the best one. This is I got two that are really good. There's two that are really good. This is a 3-part series. So this one is from 1930 to 1945. They're out of print. They're pretty hard to find. But essentially, this book, this is a second, I'm just going to give you a little synopsis. This is a second volume of an empirical study of the relationship between Western technology and entrepreneurship and the economic growth of the Soviet Union. The continuing transfer of skills and technology to the Soviet Union through the medium of foreign firms and engineers in a period of 1930 and 1945 can only be characterized as extraordinary. A thorough and systematic search unearthed only 2 major items, SKB synthetic rubber and Ramzan once-through boilers, and a little more than a handful of lesser designs, several aircraft, the AK, motorless combine, which could accurately be called the result of Soviet technology. The balance was transferred from the West entirely, and this is the entire thesis of this work. And this entire book, Anthony Sutton's trilogy here, is basically, it's just like a list of receipts. So he basically, we're looking at like, you got chapter 1 You got he methodology and data sources. So he does like a very formal academic format. Soviet liquidation of foreign concessions, methods of expropriation, physical force, breach of contract, taxation, harassment, history of Atlantic goldfields, concessions, Soviet explanation of liquidation, foreign concession, technical assistance to irrigation construction, Turkestan Irrigation Project, AP Davis, American Bureau of Tashkent Aluminum Industry, General Design of Soviet Iron, everything that happened in the Soviet, it is fucking incredible because everybody that built the Soviet Union is American or European. Or not Soviets. The Soviets had nothing. The Soviets were the dudes carrying the fucking PPSHs. That's it. They're not running shit. These are all foreigners. You got Ford Motor Company was making motherfucking gas engines for trucks, supply trucks going into Vietnam to fight against us. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is the kind of shit that this guy is writing about. So, and it's beyond extraordinary. Now, the way that, okay, and he was writing thesis in Hoover Institute for a long time, and yeah, war is accidental. So he got basically like stationed academically at the Hoover Institute, and he discovered a wing with a bunch of closed file boxes, like huge, like we're talking like truckloads of documents. And this would have been this book, the Western Technology of Soviet Economic Development. He kind of wrote this under the table, like secretly, just compiling notes for like years. In 1971 was when it was published. So you can imagine like when he was there, right? So get this, right? This is great shit. The way that he got all this shit was because President Hoover made the Hoover Institute because they needed a place to store all of the European documents that were confiscated during American and Soviet occupation after Germany was defeated in World War II, because they provided a paper trail of the actuality of the war through like receipts. And it was so many documents for so many places, so many fucking documents from so many places, that they needed to build a building with entire closed off wings to just house the fucking documents. And they thought it was too dry for anybody to pick up on. And nobody was interested in it. And so he just poured through this shit for decades. And then he started like, once he figured out what was going on, he started compiling it. And of course, nobody cares, right? But it's pretty extraordinary. It's pretty extraordinary. And this is, I saw a comment earlier that was like something about Carl, about like me with Carl, right? Like, I don't even remember what the comment was. So the really interesting thing about that, I went to film in Utah with Carl. And then one of the things that just came up, was a group of people there. One of the things that came up, somebody said offhand, they said, "Oh, I heard you were a Nazi." That's what they said, right? Now, for anybody who knows me, I love all people. Okay. I am not, and I'm especially not into controlled economics. So like, I honestly, I don't think that economics are the end all be all. Like, I think that economics, all systems of economics are exploitative. And I don't think it's natural. I don't think it's our purpose on earth as human beings or as creation. But that's my philosophy. Aside from that, beside the point. So somebody said that they heard that I was a Nazi, and I was really taken back by that because, I know who I am. I'm not a Nazi. So it took me a while to really figure out and think about this. And then I realized it was because towards the end of Carnicon, like when I was researching this stuff, I started to make like conspiracy related videos, right? But they were just about like arms manufacturers and the war on terror and how it's bullshit. And somebody saw that, and then they just concluded that like I was a Nazi, and then they told like spread that defamation online. And that's how it got back around to for me to hear about it. And it really, whoever said that, I wanted to thank you, because if you hadn't said that, I would have been delayed so far in my research. I wouldn't have completely, I wouldn't have been so streamlined. So you really helped me out. I appreciate it by calling me a Nazi. I appreciate that. Okay, so what else should we talk about? So we talked about Anthony Sutton. We talked about how he was in Hoover Institute and how he got access to the documents. The way that the documents got there is because after World War II, when the stations in Europe first started getting put out, Hoover deployed under his authority, which he was a lot of things. He was like I think he was like a United Nations ambassador at one point, or like a predecessor to the United Nations. He was in charge of the Belgian Relief Fund for World War One. He was the president, of course. He was the Secretary of Commerce for the United States. And he deployed officers all over Europe to go around and collect up all these documents because they were everywhere. And then they got housed at the Hoover Institute, and that's how Sutton got access to them. And then he put them all together and he put out these books and nobody knew. Hoover is so if you don't know this, the way that President Hoover came about, Hoover he worked at a mine as a labor hand early on, like during the American Gold Rush, and then he got picked up through a gold firm and went to Europe, and then he got involved with the Chinese Australian gold speculation firm that pretty much just like ripped a bunch of people off. And then there's public permanent record documents from London, the London, I guess they call it London Stock Exchange. I don't know what they called it back then, but so President Hoover, before being the president, before being the Commerce Secretary of the United States, got banned from ever exchanging any kind of stocks because of fraud in Europe, and he had to go to His Majesty's court, and he got prosecuted. And they had to refund. This firm had to reimburse a Chinese national for money that they essentially defrauded them in a gold speculation. And those firms, the Australian and Chinese speculative gold mining firms, were owned by the Rothschilds, and he's a Rothschild boy. And so then he got put into the Commerce Secretary. He got put into the Belgian Relief Fund, I believe, prior to that. So the Belgian Relief Fund was so in World War I, Germany in the beginning was actually kicking ass. They were like pretty aggressive, and they were like really pushing into like they were really afraid that they were going to push into England. And so like and England was running out of food. Like England was having because Germany, you got to remember, like World War One, they didn't know about submarine warfare. That was like the secret weapon that got unleashed in World War One. That's with the sinking of the Lusitania. That's like where that comes in. Like that's like the cover story of how the United States got into World War One. But the reality was that like Germany manufactured under international industry secretly U-boats for the very first time in the world. Had never seen it, and nobody had any idea. Before that, you had the Civil War. They tried experimental submarines, and it was like a pretty abysmal failure. So Germany developed it like huge fleets of U-boats in total secrecy, and then when they unleashed it, it was just like, because of all the water surrounding the Europeans, like they just fucking pwned everybody, right? And then they were going to win, and the Belgians actually, like, supposedly it's a made up story about like they had this Belgian relief fund. Supposedly there was a famine in Belgium, but I've heard that it was like entirely overblown, kind of like this COVID-19 thing. That's what reports say, that like the Belgian people didn't know that there was a famine when they heard about it after the fact, and they were just, everything was confusing, so they didn't care. Committee to get grain and food sources from the United States. And around this time, this was like Germany, although they were doing well in the U-boats, their troops were so stretched out. They were so initially based at some point, and then they just made a rumor that like Germany, that like there was no famine in Belgium. They were just bringing the food to Germany to keep them in the war, because the United States hadn't entered the war yet, and they didn't want Germany's peace offering was a status quo anti-basis. Germany was like poised to, in terms of their numbers, like in terms of their data, like they had taken the number of people that they killed, they determined that like, we're good. They don't know how bad we're hurting in terms of food. We don't really want to fight the war. Let's give them the status quo anti-basis peace offering. They published in the international papers, it's published everywhere, it's published in the United States. If you look up Library of Congress, 1916, you'll find Germany's peace offering and the terms. No terms, right? They said, we'll give all the land that we've taken back to the European powers the way that it was before the war. Everybody can have back what we've taken, and we just want it to go back to the way that things were. And England turned it down in the press because they made stories about how it was a trick because it was too good to be true, right? Can you believe that? Isn't that incredible? Can you imagine how different the world would be if World War I ended in 1916 and everybody got their land back and things went back to the way that they were before the war? Can you imagine what that would be like? So Hoover, Belgium, supply Germany, yada yada. Russia got their fucking ass kicked in World War I, and then they had a civil war at home, and they all pulled back. The Tsar pulled everybody back because they lost so many guys, and they started getting sabotaged from internally in the USSR, and so they pulled them back, and then that's when you get the internal civil war really blows up between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks and the whites and the greens, and you had like a bunch of factions. And Russia was actually going to set up a constitutionalist, got money pumped into them from New York City. Lenin got brought in from Trotsky. Trotsky was a Canadian vessel. Yeah, they probably were going to collapse no matter what. So Trotsky got brought in, Lenin got brought in. There's stories about like gold being brought in. There's Germany permitted that passage like through German railways because it helped them in the war, because they were fighting Russia. So like they wanted to help the revolution in Russia that was taking place, so then they wouldn't have to fight the Russians, right? So all this stuff is like shit that you don't hear about, you don't know about, or most people. I mean, you probably know all this shit, but most people don't know about this. It's just nothing's. You don't think the government is competent. See, that's the thing, right? That's how everybody feels, because we're essentially, you think of it like this. Most of us, regardless of how much we think we got it together, we're pretty much just like bouncing around one emergency to the next, and that's how we live our lives. And we're sorry, guys. We had some issues. We're having some issues. Okay, reading list. So you've got Western Technology and Soviet Economic Development. It's in 3 parts. It's by Anthony C. Sutton. You got Tragedy and Hope, Carol Quigley. That's a pretty cringe book. You got Philanthropy and Cultural Imperialism. That's by Robert F. Aronov. That's an academic book. It's very dry, but it's very information rich. It's from a socialist perspective, but it is accurate. I've looked up a lot of the information there, and it's pretty stunning when you read it. Let's see what else. I've got a really good book. So what should we none dare call it conspiracy. Now that's like a primer, right? So So like none dare call it conspiracy is out like processes, like historical processes that are known about. It's not really like in a specificity of who's what and what's who. So you got to take it with a grain of salt, but it's a good like primer for somebody like that's just now getting into it. Talk about what? Say it again. Talk about Soviets. What you conflict having? Okay, that was at the end of World War One, actually, right? So in World War One, you had the Russians were like a big Eastern Front force, right? And then that was like, you know, they were pushing in from the east, and so it was pretty significant that they started having destabilization in the home country. That would be like the Bolshevik and Mensheviks coming in, but they were exiled by the Tsar prior to that because they had a failed revolution in the 1800s. In like the late 1800s, there was a failed revolution, right? So they all got exiled. They got brought back in with Western money to destabilize Russia and kill the Tsar and set up the Soviet Union. From the period that they set up in 1917 all the way up until the conflict of World War II, when they went and just like completely wiped the fucking ground with Germany, like Germany as a people, not like a country, like they wiped the fucking ground with the people there. And between that time and World War One, their entire industrialization. So it's a logical deduction that like communism, right? There is no model. There's no economic stimulation for communism, right? So it's just basically like a pit. Like any model that you come up with is like a pit. It doesn't work, right? So for the history of communism, it's just like foreign money just getting poured into Russia to build their infrastructure so they can have war capability. Their initial like procurement of wealth was actually from annexing Ukraine and stealing all of their grain. And they actually had a huge famine, killed like 1 million people in the Ukraine. They starved to death, and they sent all that to Great Britain, and then Great Britain purchased it at like deep discount, and then it went to the United States. And so the people in the United States and Britain ate from the Ukrainian confiscations. Yeah, they call it. Is it Holodomor? I don't think it's Holodomor. Holodomor. Right. So that was the deal. Do you have any more info on ethnic bioweapons and COVID-19? I'm not all in yet. Yeah, sure. So COVID-19 is a global DNA collection follow-up. It's most certainly being used to develop ethnic bioweapons against specific DNAs. It's a good chance it's probably Arab population and European population is probably the target most likely. That's what's going on right now, and the government doesn't have a fucking clue, and the people in the United States don't have a clue. And we could really use some heroes right now. So if you know any statesmen that can get the ass of the law into this and follow the chain. So essentially, like what I'm saying, I'm pretty fucking confident about this, right? And if you have criticism of it, that's cool. Here's the thing, right? Let's look at this like a chain of effect. Like if I'm wrong, there's like nothing. It doesn't matter, right? Like there's no problem with it. If I'm right, like you're in a shitty situation. Like the United States is in a bad situation, and this could potentially be like if you had the power to stop 9/11 before it happened, but because you had too much ego and you had normalcy bias and Stockholm syndrome, you didn't want to fucking help any of your fellow Americans. That's like the situation that we're in, right? And so like nobody's looking at this in Congress, and this needs to be like this needs to be plastered everywhere. So I stake my reputation on it. Absolutely, I'll stake my reputation. I guarantee you, if you can get a legitimate, non-corrupt effort to track the chain of custody of where the DNA samples come from, then you can falsify what I'm saying. Like you could determine are the DNA samples being sold after they're tested for COVID-19. You can find out. You can figure out are they being used for other purposes other than COVID-19? Because here's the thing, right? The serology test, the blood sample draws, that's not even really, they're testing for antibodies, right? This is how I know that it's fucked up. They're testing for antibody reaction to the virus. So they're not actually detecting the virus. They're detecting the possibility of your body creating antibodies to the virus and then testing your antibodies. So it's like this fake narrative for people that don't understand, I mean, they do that sometimes to check a virus, like something that's, interesting that they need to get more information about, but it's not the most way to do it, right? So like the swab would actually detect the presence of COVID-19. The serology test is like, well, we can see if you did have it, maybe, but not really, because it's not conclusive. It doesn't really determine if you had it or not. Only if they read their test that way. So it's fake, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's fake. It's a cover story to get blood samples. So you can probably rest assured that all of the blood samples are taken in the United States, and the CDC says on their website that they're not using serology tests. So they're not, because they don't have an ability to test tests. So like you can rest assured that all is selling them and the money is probably from your pocket through your taxes, honestly. So that should be a shitstorm. That should be getting talked about by every single conservative pundit. They're not talking about it. They're all bought. They're all bought. It's all bullshit, And this is where we're at. It's very like I understand people's reaction to it. They watch, they hear something like this and they'd be like, wow, that's just like way over the line. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking me? It's, what's absurd came out of where now like restructuring the medical system, introducing a bunch of new it's all over the world. It's not just the United States. And for you to look at this and not be alarmed, like you need to get your fucking head examined, not me. I'm the nearest town to me is like 2,000 people. They got orders. This is exactly like, I mean, this is communism. We are in a functional consumerism and communistic authoritarian state. Politicians are impotent. They don't have any power. Their power has been taken by the private sector. Every single statesman, a senator or representative has to go through the party system. The party system is private. The party system in every single state, what you ought to do, and you ought to go to their website and you ought to look at their board, like the actual structure, not the people that you see on TV. You ought to look at the structure of the Republican Party and then the DNC. And then you see if you got any Algonquins that are running that shit in each of your states. Like whatever state you're in, you ought to look it up. If you get something that's not corrupt, it's like zero. Responsible, we're fucking smoking crack. If you think that you know how bad shit is, about how, like, this is how fucked up it is. The NRA board has had on it, I don't know what their composition is now. They're secret. It's always so hard you have to like twist somebody's arm to even get a list of the board. The NRA board has had members on it that concurrently serve on the CFR in New York. Well, CFR, for instance, if you go to CFR, you can pull up legacy articles where they are like 100% authoritarian gun control, like 100 fucking percent. And they're all the globalists are in there. So you got members of the serving on the NRA board. And I tried to fucking complain about this to people. It's delusional. You're delusional. You know what I care about? I care about the U.S. Constitution. That's what I care about. That's what I care about. I care about truth. I don't care about your party politics. I don't care about uh, your icon worship of corrupt politicians. I care about truth. And the truth right now is that the United States exports more food than they export. Most of what we eat is imported. Most of what we use to make fuel. Right now, if you have States, that's not who we are. Decentral always been until after World War II, and it's just been slowly ramping up to where now it's like small cities buy their foods at Walmart. Everybody buys their shit on eBay and Amazon and has to go through fucking PayPal. Like, don't you understand? Everything is consolidated. You can't make choices. You think that you have freedom of choice? What I'm saying? Are now, and where Republicans are now is completely different than they were a couple of decades ago. The Republicans nowadays are like the socialists 20 years ago. You know that? In policy. And where it matters, they're the same. You know, the policies that actually make a difference, they're the same. Economic policies, foreign policies, like they're the same. They love it when you go to Iraq. They don't, once the work's done, they throw you away. They love it when you go to Vietnam. Once the work's done, they throw you away. They love it when you police the streets and enforce the crime to their standards, the federal standard, when they need the work done. Once you've done it, then they pin it to you and they throw you away. And you've seen every cop, every on Amazon, Jeff Bezos. You know what Jeff Bezos' real name is? Jeff Jorgensen. That's his real name. His real name is, his name's not Bezos, it's Jorgensen. I'm sorry, but I apologize for the cutouts, guys. Try to elevate. Let me try to elevate this and see if I can get a better signal. What about Saturn? I don't know anything about Saturn. Do you know anything about Saturn? You want to tell me about it? Oh, Algonquinite? Yeah. Yeah, it's not Bezos, it's Jorgensen. What's his name? Who's the WikiLeaks guy? I can't even remember his name. Too much beam. Who's the guy that's in jail? The WikiLeaks dude? Assange, Julian Assange. Julian's real name is Shipton. It's not Assange. Shipton. Julian Shipton. Algonquin. Right? Everything's fake. All this shit is fake. Now, Pizzagate is real. That's real, but it's a give me. And nobody's going to get prosecuted. The best thing about Pizzagate, the funniest fucking thing, you guys remember this? So for those of you that don't know, Pizzagate was a situation with supposed DNC leaked emails, and there was correspondence in there about code for child rape and child pornography coming out of a pizza parlor in DC from some cat named James Alefantis, right? Yeah, and it's Podestas, the Podestas. And Podestas are already known, like they associate with known pedophiles. They're like convicted pedophiles, right? And so with that whole deal, you've got, well, number one, like nobody's fucking there. As far as I know, there's no investigation whatsoever, right? You had James Alefantis. Now I'll tell you, James Alefantis. It's a very good likelihood that he's a Rothschild because he's had pictures like before. So when Pizzagate kicked off in 2016, I was like, kind of like stumbled onto it randomly. And I saw it, like he hadn't locked his accounts yet, right? So I got into his Instagram and saw all his pictures and shit before he locked it. Alefantis, I'm talking, right? Kind of ping pong owner. He had pictures of his house with a party with Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. You know, Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. So she's married. She's the wife of the British house of Rothschild, and he had pictures with her. And then he's James Alefantis. He's in GQ magazine, published as the top 50 most influential people in Washington, D.C. Right? And then he's doing interviews on the BBC and shit, whining, talking about how he's like just a pizza parlor owner and that this is all insane. It's like, well, how, he's trying to play down his influence. And it's like, well, if you're so meek, then why are you listed in GQ as a top 50 influential, a pizza parlor owner, right? Pizza parlor owner, and I think he's like considered like a social activist, which doesn't really mean anything. Where do we go next? What do we talk about next? What do we want to? We're going to talk about. Someone asked. Yeah, there is no. Here's the deal, right? Like when I talk to somebody that's talking about voting and they still have faith in the system. Well, it's not that the system's bad, right? It's just the system for basically everything really went bad since like the Civil War was the catalyst that really ruined everything, or prior to the Civil War. It would have been prior to that. It would have been industrialization, right? Industrialization was the vehicle that permitted all of the corruption to take place in the United States. So it's a very old problem. And then it really got off on, like in 1915, 1914, with like the creation of Federal Reserve. You get that for the first time. You get like the entrance into the World War One. That's when it like really got taken off, but it was prior to that. And it's not, the Civil War isn't about slavery. It's an economic war. It's basically like, it was basically a war between the way that the United States was founded. Slavery economically had to do with that, of course, right? But that's not like if you remove that as a like an emotional fixation, it's really tangential. It was like the old system of government being replaced with that phase of world government, right? Like a proto phase of world government. That's what the Civil War was. You know that police officers didn't exist in the United States as a function until like 1830s, and that was limited to the East Coast entirely. And then you got expansion after the Civil War, like particularly after the 1860s, you get the expansion of the police model. The original police model was actually pulled off of Britain, because Britain had textile factories, and we had ports on the East Coast. And so the ports and the preparatory conditioning of the textiles from like cotton and shit like that would get like shipped out of Louisiana, right? Like out of that port, and they come around, they go to New York, and they like bundle them and then they sell them from there. It was like the merchant shipping point. And then they go to the textile factories in Europe, right? That's what the war was really about, was like a changeover. Well, it's when it is a states' right. It's when the states lost their rights. That's the Civil War was. It is a states' rights issue. Of course, slavery is entirely immoral. Like, you wouldn't want to be a slave. Would you want to have a child and raise them and invest everything that you got into them to just see them go and be a slave? Like, it's the most inhumane thing that you can pretty much imagine. But that's really not what it's a miseducation that has anything at all to do with the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln has quotes on record, like talking about how it's, like he would, what did he say? He said that he would like Abraham Lincoln, he actually said that to the South, that he would allow them to keep slaves if they would come to an accord to end the war. So yeah, and we're all slaves now. Yep. Congratulations. That's where we got. That's where all this went. Now here's the whole thing, right? Although things seem bleak, everything seems bleak. It's not. And you want to get into some deep philosophy here, like some of my own philosophy. So, like everybody's got different perspectives of the world and how they interface with it. And that turns up as like, the different religions. You've got atheists and agnostics, and they qualify existence with explanations in science, which honestly, like I think science just like I think it makes the concept of God, which I don't like. I don't like the term God. I think it's a very misappropriate. It's not an appropriate term. It's like a possessive term is God. But like the purpose of our creation of being here, whatever that may be, which I won't pretend to know, uh, everybody sees it in a different way, even if they're like atheists, right? So even if somebody's like vehemently anti-God, they still see like a functional mechanic of their existence here. And the way that they see it is in the things that are true, right? And that's the thing about nature, like our existence. Like there are things that are absolutely true that do not exist in the physical realm. For instance, like birth and death, right? Birth and death. Everybody is born and everybody dies. Nobody chose to be born. We're just here. And I guess people choose to, they want to die if they're doing suicide, but like everybody has to die, right? And these are two perfect concepts of existence. Like the moment of like we can't control. We really, if you think about it, we can't control. If you want to get philosophically in depth about it, like for instance, you can shoot somebody in the CNS, and it's a very good chance that they're going to die, but they could live. There's people that get their heads blown off, half their head blown off, and they survive. And alternatively, you can have somebody that has some kind of injury that has been fixed in people thousands of times before and is considered a benign treatment, and then they die, and it's a total tragedy and unexpected loss. This is like the qualitative nature of how we don't really control birth and death. It's like we can try all that we want, but you can't. You can't see it under a microscope. You can't see life. Like you can't see, if you could look in to an embryo, you can't actually detect, like you can see when cells form, but you can't actually detect the creation of life, right? Like it's undetectable, but it's perfect in that it doesn't exist and then it exists. There's no in between, right? Like there's no gradient. Like if we looked at, for instance, if we looked at like the edge of this book, you would like, you see it as like a perfect line. It's not. You'd zoom in here with an electron microscope and it would look like a fucking mountain landscape, right? So like it's not really flat. It's not really a perfect concept. Perfect concept is like not being here, then being here. You're born. You're here, then you're gone. You're dead. It's like perfect, right? It's truth. It's truth. And the way that I know that what's going on with the world will not succeed is that it's deceit. Everything that's going on right now in the world is accomplished via deceit. And that's how I know that what is going on cannot last forever, because it has nothing to do with creation. It's a total forgery. Anyway, that's my philosophical outlook. I don't know if that helps, because a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, it's really bleak, especially if you're not familiar with these concepts, if you're not familiar with history because of the miseducation of people, then you can see this as like incredibly blackpilling. But this isn't blackpilling. This is your test. This is time to wake up. Everybody before you had the easy street, right? You're in the period of catharsis and awakening. And it's up to you how you handle it, if it's truth or not, right? About UFOs? Okay, UFOs. This guy wants to talk about UFOs. It's a very good, so let's talk about World War I for a second. I'm not going to go in depth. World War I, you get the introduction of both mustard gas, phosgene gas, and tear gas, right? CS, CN, and I think CR is later, but CS and CN, I believe, definitely CS, phosgene mustard gas. You get the introduction of submarines. You get the introduction of some cryptography. These are like and then airplanes, right? Like combat airplanes, and the introduction of tanks. So all these things prior to the war didn't exist. They just popped out of nowhere, and they were all secret in their development. Like we don't think of it now because we're used to seeing them, but at one time these things were being developed and nobody knew about it. It was all entirely secret. So that way they could have the element of surprise when they unleash them on the battlefield. You also have the machine gun, right? You have like the Maxim, right? World War II, you get long range bombers, high altitude bombers, you get like advanced fighters, you get advancements of tanks, you get advanced cryptography, you get the atom bomb, you get what the hell else? Advancements in weapons, right? Jet engine research, the V2, right? You get a lot of new weapons. Well, there's weapons like for example, like microwave satellites, things like that. That shit's already going on now. People just don't know about it because it's still classified. But like we had that shit in the Iraq War. I mean, I didn't use it, so it's like I don't have any kind of NDA that I signed that I'm violating by telling you this. This is just a facts. You know, it gets around. So like, you know, the satellite technology that was new. The electronics are new. The advancements in weapons. So yeah, thank you. Like guided missiles, anti-tank missiles. World War III is most certainly going to involve lasers, and it's gonna be some crazy shit that happens, you know. But the UFOs are most likely unmanned aerial vehicles. I mean, this is just like this is I don't know, right? I'm just using deductive logic here. You know, Occam's razor would tell me that the UFO thing is the testing, the private firm testing of advanced unmanned aerial vehicles, so they can get actual airtime and hours logged and research done, so they can be effective in combat and they don't have to figure it out on the fly. Yeah, the lasers are a huge deal, right? Basically, you've got like China so there's an international ban on lasers to use for anti-personnel purposes. China doesn't follow that. Like China's on their own page. Like they don't have any restrictions whatsoever. So like they've got entire hosts of different anti-personnel lasers. Don't hate China. It's not, they got fucking set up for it, just like we did. We shouldn't be fighting. That's the whole, we shouldn't be trading, we shouldn't be fighting. We got enough land in the United States to provide for ourselves, and so does fucking China. The only reason that we're distended the way that we are is because we got set up like that, so that we can fight. When you say that you hate China, you're just perpetuating what they want. And I'm going to tell you something about the Chinese war that's coming. The sole purpose of it is to kill military-aged males outside the United States. That's, you know, that it's going to be in China because they got to send us over there. They got to send all of our badass dudes that love to kick ass. They got to send us over there. And then I would guess, this is just purely speculative. This isn't based on anything factual. This is just my intuition. I would guess that at critical junctures, you're going to have intelligence leak to give the enemy an advantage, and enough of an advantage to kick our ass. Because you don't have, the reality is that you don't have any control over intel in the United States. Like the United States military has no informational security whatsoever, because you don't have any control over the chain of custody of secret information. It's totally out of the military hands, it's out of the state's hands. So I would guess at the point of the Chinese conflict is to send military-aged males overseas, like all the guys that are resisting right now, like doing armed protests in the United States. I mean, that's great. You know, I'm not like, this isn't a complaint. I'm just saying, like, you know, what do you think their viewpoint and sense of purpose is going to be? That, you know, if you have China, like, let's say that we get into an existential war with China, and it's like everybody in the United States has a sense of like, wow, it's either China or us. Like nothing else matters anymore. Do I want to live or do I want to die? Do I want my country to live or die? Ethics go out the window. Nobody cares. It's just like whatever your life was, it's not that important. Like you got to fight for your people now, right? But we don't really have a people. We're all divided. We're completely, like, the State of the Union is total division. The the only thing that we have in common in the United States is that we all aspire to make money, and that's it. That's our thread. It really is. Like in actuality, I mean, people may have sentiment. Like I have, of course, I have sentimental. Like I believe in the Constitution. I believe in all that shit. I just see the reality of how it's been undermined and subverted and abused into being void. Like it's void. It's not functional. It's not functionally mechanically functioning. It doesn't have it's had the power pulled out from under it, right? So the people in the United States will see an existential war. They'll go overseas. They'll go fight in China, and then you'll have heavy losses. I mean, you'll have heavy losses no matter what, no matter how good you are. I mean, you've got billions of people. Where does that leave you in the United States? That leaves you pretty weak, right? If all the people that would protest or fight the government go fight an existential war on behalf of the United States, then you can pretty much do whatever you want at home, right? Is that, like, think about it. Think about the news and how they've abused the American population. What do you think they're going to do? Think about how they've betrayed all the veterans from every single war by pumping up the population to support the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. And then after they're there, they turn tail and completely 180, and then everything becomes critical. That's the environment that's the hostile environment that we're operating in as a country. Imagine what would happen if you went overseas and we lost a bunch of our dudes, and we had, it was just too expensive. We decided, like, this is not going to work. And the China says, like, well, if you go back, we won't follow you or whatever. Well, you can imagine what the media is going to be doing in the United States. Like, they're just going to be demoralizing everybody, and then they're going to be able to just take over fucking everything. I mean, it's so obvious. How do you not see that? How do you not see this? How do politicians not understand that this is what this is about? This is about, they can't take out the United States directly in a direct conflict. We're too crazy. Like, we don't follow rules. You got a bunch of guns. The only way to get the United States is to have a ploy on our ethic and our meek sense of morality, to appeal to our morality, where we want to serve ourselves and serve our country, protect our families, protect good people. And that's the only way. I mean, think about it. Like, China couldn't win in a conventional conflict with the United States. Like, they wouldn't make it. Like, if they invaded the United States, that's not going to happen. Now, if we go to China, right? Like, if we go to China, we can lose a bunch of guys, because you're gonna lose guys. It's gonna be high casualties no matter what, especially any boots on the ground or even at sea. And then we're gonna punch a hole in China, and then the outcome is, like, either we put in all of our resources to take China, which we can't. They've got billions of people and so much land. It's like, that's a logistically non-functional scenario. Like, it can't happen. So you're going to punch a hole in there and weaken China and then pull back. Like, we're going to pull back with our tail between our legs. That's what's going to happen. And then all the saboteurs here at home are going to have a field day with it. Yeah, Biden's a threat. Yeah, exactly. Drew's got it right. If you fight China, I mean, I'll put it this way. If China comes to the United States, defend yourselves. Let's defend it. We have so many weapons and assets here. We can easily defend ourselves. You're going to take casualties no matter what. The argument of, like, fighting them with a buffer away from us so they don't come here, it's fake. It's fake. We can defend fine. Like, we're good. If we go overseas, then we're severely weakened. And if you have an enemy within the United States, which obviously is going on, I mean, essentially, you should read, when you read the Declaration of Independence, it just lists an entire list of grievances, right? He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of immediate and pressing importance unless suspended in their operation until his assent should be attained. And when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend them, refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right to representation. refused assent to laws, the most wholesome necessary for public good, dissolved representative houses repeatedly for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. This is not the 1700s. This is the 2020s. This is what is going on right now. You've got enemies in the United States that are destroying the United States. They don't recognize the Constitution. They've already functionally, mechanically trashed it, like it's basically inoperable. Every state does whatever they want. There is no Second Amendment. If a state can manipulate and simulate the consensus of the population through media that they support gun control, then they get gun control and they just force it through. They don't have to follow anything. So if you go to China, they're just gonna have a field day at home and they're just gonna fucking chew us up. And I don't know who Duncan Limp is, I'm sorry. So yeah, if you didn't know this, like I'm 100% about my country, right? So like I'm ready to die any day if it's for my country. I'm not willing to die for this fucked up pseudo clown fucking coup that's been going on for the last, my whole life and before me, but I didn't know it. It's so slow. But I'm not about that. But yeah, I'm all about the Constitution. It's the most functional, originally in the colonies, like Ben Franklin wrote about in his autobiography. He writes about he writes a couple of things. So he's got like the book. Ben Franklin's got a book on money, and yeah, I know Franklin's a Mason and all that shit. Yeah, I got it. He's got the book on on wealth, right? And he talks in there. He's very specific. He says a person, if you're going to have taxation, it seems pretty like a nice even number. You shouldn't give more than 1/10 of your time in total to any form of government, like local, federal, anything, and that should like cap it. Most people, they're way beyond that, right? He also said that he explained how the colonies were able to function and grow initially when the banks tried to take us over, and then it led to the, Thomas Jefferson's fight with the banks. But he basically said that he basically described his autobiography, Colonial Script, and how it's essentially just like they made national fiat currency that was totally controlled and tied to the commodities that they produced, the real resources they produced with their hands, the crops that they grew, etc. And that was, that was the basis of their script. And that's how they grew the United States so successfully in its infancy. You're currently sitting at like over 20 trillion in debt. I've seen Yuri Bezmenov. I don't buy Yuri Bezmenov. It's not entirely logical. I mean, some of the stuff it's cool to he's got some cool points, but I don't buy Yuri. Yeah. I don't think he's legit. Yeah, OPSEC is a myth. It's a total myth. Now, the really interesting thing, like OPSEC, like what are we talking about? Well, so you want to talk about the GWAT? You want to talk about, so here's what you need to know about 9/11, right? Now, I know that there's a ton of theories on 9/11, There's only one thing that you need to know about 9/11 that will, through deductive logic, which is the way that is the only, like, if you're not there, then you can only rely on events that most likely occurred, historical events. You have to look at historical events, and then you can bracket, and you can say like, well, all this other shit didn't happen if this happened. And then so all that you have to be concerned with then is this reality, this thing that you're basing your deduction on. And then you can eliminate everything else, right? Like if it's mutually exclusive, your deductive reasoning, if it excludes other possibilities, then it's like you just bracketed in your right answer, right? So here's what you need to know about 9/11. Ahmed Massoud was an Afghani that during the Soviet-Afghan War, in the 80s pulled together all the Afghans to fight against the Soviet invasion. And he was so successful in his guerrilla warfare tactics that he's essentially like he's like the George Washington of Afghanistan, right? Or he was. So he fucking smoked the Soviets. The CIA and senators had their Stinger program, right? They brought in Stingers to give to the Mooj to test. They were doing like testing, it was basically like a live field test. That's how they looked at it. They also looked at it as a way to get into Afghanistan's pocket because they were like, well, Afghanis are just like everybody else. They're going to be corruptible. So we get our in this way. And now we're like tied into Afghanistan for anything that we want to do in the future. So like they gave the Mooj the Stingers, right? And like Ahmed Massoud had a bunch of failures with the Stingers and he wasn't happy with them. And they were so expensive coming in from the United States that he developed a relationship of animosity with the CIA. Now, Massoud, in terms of like the Afghanis, they, like world history, essentially, like if you actually study the battles of the Russo-Afghan war, like essentially this Massoud cat is entirely, Ahmed Massoud is entirely responsible for the success of the Mooj against the Afghans. Like he did it on his own. It wasn't the CIA. It wasn't American involvement. Like that's a big stretch. Ahmed tried to push out the CIA out of Afghanistan because he saw that they were trying to cut in on his territory. And he fucking, he didn't want that. He was a pure patriot, man, for Afghanistan. He was a pure patriot and money couldn't buy him. And so he essentially at the end of the war, like once the Soviets were gone, he kicked the fucking CIA out of Afghanistan, essentially. And then, from that day forward, he was like the George Washington of Afghanistan. So like if you were if you were gung ho in Afghanistan, you're a military age male, like you're gonna have a fucking poster on your wall of Massoud. Anybody that's deployed to Afghanistan is gonna know that. But here's what happened, right? Ahmed Massoud, he had a little bit of pride. So like in 2001, he got an interview with some Tunisian journalists, right? He had it scheduled at his he had like a mountain compound with his troops. So they flew in, they set up an interview. Tunisian journalists flew in, and then they had a plastic in the camera on one of them, and the other one had a suicide belt, and they detonated and killed him. On September 9th, 2001, they killed him. Now, you got to look at logical deduction on this, right? Like it's easy. It's fucking easy. Number one, Ahmed Massoud is totally effective at repelling armored columns and aerial attacks from conventional military forces and mass trains. Like we're talking like the Soviet troop formations are like massive fucking human wave and echelon column formations, like mechanized columns with air support. Like this is like not easy shit to fight. He figured out how to fight it. Like he developed the entire guerrilla doctrine for the Mooj. Well, that's probably a guy that you don't want if you want to have a conventional war in a country, right? Like if there's a guy that has a track record of using basically dirt and AKs and fucking RPGs and consolidating all the people of Afghanistan into an effective fighting force to fight off conventional war tactics. And then if you want to do conventional war tactics, you probably don't want that glue, that guy that was the glue that stuck it all together. You probably don't want him there, right? I mean, it makes sense, right? Now, supposedly Tunisian journalists are Al-Qaeda. They're Al-Qaeda, right? So Al-Qaeda, the acceptable public narrative of Ahmed Massoud's death is that he had some, because he was going to, they say this, they say Al-Qaeda anticipated that Ahmed Massoud was going to ally with the United States for the September 11th attacks, and that because Al-Qaeda was going to execute the September 11th attacks on September 11th, they knew about it ahead of time, and so they anticipated that he was going to be a threat to them with the Northern Alliance, which is who he commanded, which is who the SF first, linked up with when we invaded Afghanistan. So Al-Qaeda had the foresight of this, and then they said, we're going to go assassinate Ahmed Massoud. We're going to fly these dudes over there, and they're going to S-vest this mofo. Right? Well, here's the problem with that. Ahmed Massoud was totally antagonistic after the Russo-Afghan War because of the CIA. And he was really paranoid, and he has many interviews discussing how he's paranoid about how he thought the United States was going to take over Afghanistan. So it's like Ahmed Massoud was never going to work with the fucking Americans. It was never going to happen. And so either logically, it's like either the Al-Qaeda had totally fucked up intel, or it's a lie, right? And that's not really what happened. What really, the other possibility, okay, so if Al-Qaeda didn't kill Ahmed Massoud, then who did? Also, Al-Qaeda, it's like, do they really have the ability to be sending guys with S-vests and going and linking up with Ahmed Massoud? I don't think so. How many BDAs, how many dudes been deployed and gone and done like BDAs on enemy KIA and seen something to be desired? Like, it's pretty pathetic. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's some cases where you're like, whoa, these dudes are tight, but the vast majority of follow-ups after a battlefield engagement, they're you're talking like field tennis shoes and like holes and stuff and just mismatched equipment, low ammunition. It's like pathetic, right? This isn't, it's like that all the time. Now Afghanistan's a little bit different, they got more equipment over there, but you get what I'm saying? What do we want to talk about next, guys? Where do you want to go with this? You want to keep going? We're at 2 hours, so we're at 10:45 here. So Vegas shooting? Well, Vegas shooting is fucked. Obviously Vegas shooting is so if you don't know, this is what I know about the Vegas shooting. That dude had ties to both the IRS and Lockheed Martin. He had employment at Lockheed Martin. Now, I don't know. For the life of me, like I can't. I view the pot. So there's basically with mass shootings, there's basically like two perspectives. You have the shit happens perspective, which is like what everybody believes, and then you have the conspiracy perspective, which could go down any number of paths, right? Like that's a whole ball of yarn, right? Now, we'll say this on mass shooting. There is like a ton of really suspicious shit that doesn't line up at all and has no public narrative. A ton of shit like for instance, like if you go to Sandy Hook, you're like if you were tracking when Sandy Hook happened, they said that Adam Lanza's mom like worked at the school, and they said that, or they plastered that on everything, right? That she was like a teacher at the school. Well, that's not even true. Like she had nothing to do with the school. There's lots of little things like that. Now, I don't know if Sandy Hook is a false flag or not. I got no idea. I'm breaking this down into like deductive logic. That's my attempt, right? I know that the shit's fucked up. I know that you haven't had any mass shootings during COVID-19. I know that the Vegas cat was employed by government contractors with dubious record. The Empire. The trucks of peace. Yeah, that shit's fucked up. The Paris attacks, they recovered American Title I guns there, out of Florida. Yeah, I've heard shit about Pulse nightclub. I've heard all that stuff, it's, it's what it is. The fact is that mass shootings have nothing, like China has always had pretty serious gun control. In the era of, I think it was like 1950s, China had a mass shooting, no civilians owned weapons. They had a soldier go bananas, and he was like lobbing grenades and shooting civilians and shit, and they had like 50 people killed like in the 1950s. So like you can't stop mass shootings even if you get rid of all the guns. That's what that means. right? You get rid of all the guns, and it just means that all your mass shootings are going to be people with guns, whoever that is, the legal class that's permitted to do that. I don't know anything about autism. Sorry. I do know this. I do know this though, from somebody that I highly respect. You know, they like the aluminum manufacturing industry sells through the municipalities, sells aluminum waste products that go into water treatment, and they don't have any. There's no substantiation of. There's an entire class of unsubstantiated ingredients in the foods that they add for like preservation and different purposes for like raising. You know, it's just they're all ways to raise profit. Like they're profit based, right? And they're like, you know, there's all kinds of chemicals that aren't even they're not even the things that human beings eat, but they're not legally defined as carcinogenic or dangerous, so they allow it. What do we want to talk about? What do we want to talk about? Bonus Army? Should we talk about that? I think Bonus Army is a real kick in the balls for anybody. Yeah, like fluoride. Yeah, fluoride is what they, you know, fluoride. Fluoride's off of industrial aluminum waste. So like the manufacturing of aluminum causes fluoride runoff, and then they sell it through a you know, it's essentially like a regulatory agreement between anybody that's on the federal guidelines for water treatment. But that's all it is. So they're taking a product that they can't do anything with, and then they're profiting additional profit by selling it to a municipality under the guise of an unsubstantiated health benefit, which it doesn't really have. Like everything's weak, all the data is weak on any benefit that you would get to fluoride, and they're just using it in water. Let's see. Okay, we need to talk about something. Right? Yeah, I'm in the ATF. That's why I have this on. So we're going to get to Bonus Army now. I want to say something. I should have put this. I should have said this earlier. If you guys don't know this, if you're not aware of this, so there is no political party, and there's no, like, these politicians that we're electing are all the same thing. So like Trump, like, I mean, Trump's fucking in on it, bro. Like Trump's like 100% on world government. You know what? Trump's economic Secretary of Commerce is Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross. You can look him up. You know who Wilbur Ross is? Wilbur Ross has been an employee of various Rothschild firms, like English, like British House of Rothschild, since like the 1970s, continuously. He did a buyout on Trump on behalf of Rothschild. He was in like an acquisitions function for Rothschild House, you know? So like all the stuff that they, you know, like the liberals were all like, at the beginning of the election, they were like, Trump's had like bankruptcy, blah, 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 blah. But they won't say anything about Rothschild connection, right? They won't say like what the banking entity that's actually moving money, they're not going to talk about that. They're just going to use it where they can, because they know that we're all too dumb to actually look up anything. So Trump has, you know, a Rothschild bagman as the commerce secretary. This goes all back. I already told you about Hoover. Hoover was directly employed by speculative mining firms under Rothschild House in China and Australia. So you got to look at this. I mean, this is how long it goes back. You essentially have like the industrialization in the United States is the beginning of this. Like all the textiles going out for slavery, that's all going to Britain. Who do you think owns the textile facilities that process that shit in Britain? It's Rothschild House. Rothschild House is a, how do I get into this? Yeah, Trump is a fucking Trump's. I'll tell you who Trump is. Pompeo is quoted. You can look this up. Do a search. Don't Google it. Do a search for Pompeo, Trump, Queen Esther, right? Queen Esther. Do a search for that. We'll get back to that. So let's see, where were we? We're talking about Rothschild House, Smith-Mundt. Smith-Mundt, yeah, okay, let's talk about Smith-Mundt, and we'll get back to Rothschild. They're all the same. Yeah, DuckDuckGo, Google, it's all, you don't have any, you're not safe on the internet. It's all owned. There's nothing, there's everything. If you guys didn't know this, everything that is electromagnetic is recorded, including things that aren't even transmitting purposeful signals like machinery and equipment and shit. So everything that has rotation and electricity running through it inadvertently puts off an electromagnetic signal. You actually, believe it or not, biological organisms, because of our heart rate, because of our pumping action and the shapes of our body, we actually put off a super, super weak electromagnetic signal. But it's there. I mean, it's the same as like a machine. So like, but the hertz are so low that the actual wavelength is so long. If you were to pick up like a signature from a living organism, you would have to have an antenna that was like if you were like half wave, it would be like, like 40 kilometers or something ridiculous. I can't remember I have to pull up a wavelength calculator to figure it out. But everything puts off an electromagnetic signal, right? So everything's recorded. Every time that you talk on the phone, every time you send a text message, that's all recorded. All of your banking transactions. So let me put this, I want to talk to the Booglers, right? So if you're going to Boogle, when the Boogle comes, then you got to understand something, right? So it's a hypothetical scenario. Let's say you get your boys together. Let's say you got like a tri-state area crew and you're like, okay, we're getting together. So you're going to get in your car and you're going to jump on the highway. You're going to go get some gas. You got to fuel that bitch up, right? So you're going to go get some gas. You're going to stick your fucking credit card in there, right? And then you're going to get pinged on the transaction, right? You're going to have a ping on your cell phone. Your cell phone is emitting a signal to the tower, your IMEI signal, and it's using multilateration to locate your exact position, and that's recorded all the time. It's in the packets that are sent out autonomously from your phone while it has power, right? So you've got, who you are through your IMEI signal anywhere that you go, even if you're not using your phone. You're using your credit card. It's going to say exactly what you're buying and how much money you're spending, right? All this shit, right? So then you're going to go like down the state highway, and then your boys are going to do the same thing too, right? So they got their IMEI, they got their gas charge, and then you're going to like meet up, and then you're going to buy some supplies, right? Like you're going to buy some rounds, and I'm not talking like one or two guys. Let's say it's something serious, right? Because if you were gonna really do a Boogle, you're going to need thousands of people, right? So you got 1,000 people doing this. Well, that's a pretty big signature, right? So you get what I'm saying? That signature is not accessible by government. Like government is not looking at that. Government contracts people to look at that, right? For them and to tell them. So the people that look at it and tell them have the option of, they could just not tell them anything. There's no regulatory control. There's no oversight. Nobody's smart enough to even understand what's going on because the entire system has been developed in a vacuum, right? Using the guise of classification and national security as the excuse to just wash your hands of it. So the government doesn't even know. Like they're just policymakers. So they're going to see a map of where exactly all your guys go. Let's say you buy rounds. You buy 100,000 rounds. That's going to show up. They're going to see it on a transaction. They're going to see that the ammunition manufacturer got, 1 million rounds bought or whatever. They're going to see that fuel got compiled in like one geographic location. Like, you guys get this? You get this shit? Like I don't think you guys understand how bad of a situation we're in, Now, cash, cash will work, but here's the thing, right? That's the whole thing is to go cashless. Like everything's going cashless, right? And if you do a big transaction, if you're doing big transactions, it's not going to be cashless. Everything like fuel manufacturers, like actual fuel companies, like the people who put their name as a logo on fuel, have to give reporting of what they sell, right? And then they get inspected on their inventory. People that like ATK, ammunition manufacturers, they have to give reports. I mean, everything they've already thought ahead. You can't even, so like I farm, right? Like I'm a farmer. So like you can't even buy urea or like nitrogen, because if you didn't notice, like nitrogen is used in like crude explosives, right? So the feds have made it so that like you can't even like all the urea sales have tickets on them. So like you couldn't even build like the fucking Afghanis making roadside bombs, like you couldn't even do that because you have such a reporting requirement through the manufacturers. Like even if you use cash, it's still going to come back around. Right? I'm just saying this is just the way that it is. Like I'm personally I believe that violence is not. I honestly, I mean, you're going to be like, dude, you're fucking crazy. Violence is not the most effective. Like awareness and real disobedience in terms of getting off all the control mechanisms and strengthening the household and the family is the only way that you're going to do this. Like and it has to be through a nonviolent action. It's not going to be like we're going to have violence. We're going to have a fucking civil war. But I mean, to at least some extent, I don't know if it's going to be total. They'll probably if you start a civil war conflict, they'll probably just start an existential foreign war so that you all get on the same page and get right in line, right? Because you're not going to be worried about fighting each other if everybody's worried about like getting done and even having a country, right? You could have an international coalition come against the United States. It'd be pretty fucked. Have you ever noticed? How the media in the past, since the Iraq War, has become extremely anti-U.S. and promotes anti-United? They promote us as an imperialist aggressor against the world. And all that we're doing is what we're told. Like we just want to be left the fuck alone. That's how the people in the United States feel, right? Everybody just wants to be left alone, but they'll put you out there like you're a fucking Julius Caesar. You're whatever. I mean, it's all relative, right? Okay. So what were we talking about here? We were talking about Bugin. We were talking about Smith-Mundt. Thank you, Drew. All right, so Smith-Mundt's Act, that was an act that was passed post 9/11. It's from originally from World War II, but it got passed. When did that get passed? Can you look that up for me, Drew? Please, on the date that the new one got passed. It would have been, I think it's like 2012. So Smith-Mundt's Act is the act to legally, 2012. Thank you. So Smith-Mundt's Act is a legal allowance for the United States to commingle and have reciprocity with the media in terms of information in order to do psychological campaigns against the American population. And this got approved by Congress in 2012. It's ruled by what used to be called, it's legalized propaganda, exactly. It used to be called the Broadcasting Board of Governors, otherwise known as the BBG. It's since restructured its name. Drew, could you look up what the BBG is now called? Because I think they changed their name. They're trying to get away from detection, that people don't wake up. Yeah, Five Eyes. So Five Eyes is like the multinational program. That's the Five Eyes is a surveillance program of the world as a white paper of like, the agreement between countries of sharing. And that goes into like how they did that. It's a preparatory condition for world government. So essentially like let's say like some Europeans countries may have parliament members that are still nationalists, like they still believe in their country, they're not ready to sell it their country yet. They're not totally comfortable with it. You have to lie to them. You got to convince, you got to like just get it in the door, get your toe in the door, and then pry, right? Okay. It's called U.S. Agency for Global Media. That's the Broadcasting Board of Governors. That's what it's now called. So anyway, Five Eyes is like a reciprocity between national intelligence agencies, and it comes into play because they have rules where, like, some country where they couldn't get the representatives to go for it, they had to be like, okay, well, how about this? Like, you don't spy on your citizens, but you can send your info to us to look at your citizens, and vice versa. And they do like compartmentalized information sharing. So BBG, if they have the like they've got like Pompeo's on the BBG, the current, or the U.S. Global whatever the fuck it's called. BBG is Broadcasting Board of Governors, that you said is now called, I'm sorry, I know it from BBG because I learned it so long ago before they changed the name. U.S. Agency for Global Media is what the entity's called now. U.S. Agency for Global Media. It's got Mike Pompeo. It's intermingled with the executive cabinet now, and with the appointed executive cabinet. So you don't vote for them, by the way. And they regulate what kind of propaganda can be released against the U.S. citizens. And there's no oversight, by the way. So nobody even knows that this is going on, but it's literally in the law. It's like you could say, like, man, I think it's propaganda on the news, and then a normal person would be like, you're crazy, you're conspiratorial. It's like, no, you're just a fucking retard. You just don't. I mean, they made us all idiots, man. Like, we're all idiots. Nobody reads. Nobody has any idea of the history. That's the situation we are in. So what else? We just talked. I'm losing track. I'm starting to lose steam, so I got to wrap it up soon. But yeah, I agree. This is an interesting comment. None of this is as effective as it sounds. They just want people to think that, wouldn't they? It's not so advanced. Media distrust at an all-time high. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You're exactly right. This is it's so here's the deal, right? We are at the step of a threshold of coming to awareness of actuality as a nation. Okay. We have to seek truth and look at what is actually going on. People just have to understand the depth and severity of the problem. That's all that we have to get to. Here's the thing, right? We've been conditioned by being used as a hammer to look at every problem as a hammer. And what we need to do as a country is to get our country. Like, we don't have the strength to go and fight people. I know it seems like that because we have a bunch of money and a bunch of weapons and a bunch of badass dudes. I get it. I'm just saying that like you're one slip up away from losing everything. And that's the situation. So the goal needs to be informational awareness, reality awareness for the population. And then we can get on to the next step. But until we get that, it's like you don't even have a hope. That's the whole reason that I'm doing this, guys. Like, I know that there's people watching this and they think, like they see this ATF hat and they see that I'm goofy or whatever. Like, I'm just trying to like alleviate the mood a little bit, because this is some pretty dark shit, right? But this is the reality and people don't even know about it. And there are no fucking conspiracies, I mean, essentially, like, if you watch it on paid media, then it's like, if you're watching promoted media and they're giving you a conspiracy story, then it's a conspiracy. But like, there's an entire, like, our entire history is just out there, just floating around. We should talk about this. So like, here's some shit, right? I'm gonna blow the fuck out of some people, right? So Alex Jones, for one thing, right? Alex Jones. You can get this hat from the ATF. Alex Jones is totally controlled. Alex Jones employees here. I've actually got a. Can't keep my camera up. Alex Jones is totally controlled, and his entire staff are Algonquins. Let me see if I can pull it up. You guys ever watch No More News? He focuses on he's like real tough on Israel and not tough on diasporic Jews. No More News, Adam Green. If any of you know Adam Green, ask him if he liked Virginia better than California. Ask him how Mrs. Schumacher is doing. He'll probably turn white in the fucking face when you tell him that. Dugan doesn't fuck around. You may know me. You may look up some shit on me. That doesn't matter. I'm nobody. I don't have anything to fucking hide. They're all fake. Nick Fuentes, you can't even find him. So that's a fake name. That's not his real name. I don't believe. At least I can't find him. Maybe he's pretty young. He's 21, so he might not have like credit history or anything to look up. Let's see. I'm trying to pull up some docs here. Here we go. Let's see this bad boy. You guys want some dirt? Yeah, okay. Just to be upfront, right? Like, I'm using the term Algonquin, right? Just to be totally upfront. This is, so how do I put this? I'm a moral person, right? And people need to be accountable for their actions. So if you're an individual and you didn't do anything wrong, then you shouldn't be punished for someone else doing something wrong. Okay. I don't look at groups and say, because you're affiliated with this group that you're bad. I don't look at it like that. Now, when we're talking about, Jews, because that's what obviously is everywhere. It's in comments. It's all over YouTube. It's exploding, right? Everywhere on YouTube. We're seeing comments about the Jews. And, there's merit to that. There's merit to that. But you shouldn't, you really think that, there's not a 5-year-old kid is not making some kind of decision that's involved in this. You know what I mean? Like you've got to be fair, right? You got to be fair. You have to understand that the Jews are not like a nation, right? Their domains of existence span multiple domains. So like America, a nation, is just a nation. Like we don't even have like there's no racial identity. What it was founded on was the Constitution. Like this was the definitional quality of the United States, right? The Jews span both political domain, racial domain, as well as cultural domain, and they have splits in all of those. And so, and they're in the exile, the diaspora. So, it's I'm just reading the comments here. Yeah, no. Look, here's the deal, right? You guys need to stop. It's impossible for me to even say anything, right? Because if I say if I say one way, you look at it and you say like, well, he's on that side of the coin and he's against this. And if I say it the other way, they're like, oh, he's on this side. It's not like that, right? It's like this. It's like this. Well, here, I'll put it this way. If we pull up a list of the State Department, right? We're going to see last names like, let's see, where's my State Department list? This is Congressional Affairs, Undersecretary of State for Management. Brulette, Pekowski, Gordon, Selva, Green, Bishop, Harleth, Block, Drogmeimer, Kratzois, Short, David, McGinley, Kushner, Miller, Trump, Conway, Grogan, Knight. I'm just going through a general list. This is like, oh, I spilled over to the counselor of the president. Office of Presidential Personnel, Ducey, Roscoe, Toner, Leppert, Ministeri, Korn, Pede, Donaldson, Costas. DHS Chief of Staff, McCallan, Deputy Secretary, Pekowski, Wales, Bob Mitnick, McPherson, Alice, Marcotte, Bailey, Zargardi. You got Hintz, Glaw, Murphy, McCammett, Shaw, Ware, Doherty, Newman, Wolf, Cuccinelli, Comans, Schultz, Morgan, Perez, Krebs, Travis. You know, I could keep on going. Here's the deal, right? You can't have it both ways. You cannot talk about racism. You cannot talk about inequality and unfairness and affirmative action and then have unelected government staff under the guise of the people that we elect to watch this shit take an extreme minority population and then overstaff them in unelected government by 2,000%, which is exactly what the fuck is going on. And people that don't understand this are traitors to the United States. You are a coward. You're an absolute fucking coward. Because this is the loss of your country. This isn't about racism or prejudice. This is like, I mean, what are you insane? Are you insane? Do you even know who's in the government? Why don't you go to some why don't you go to the FCC and look up their staff? Why don't you go to the FTC and look up their staff? Why don't you go to the CIA website and look up their staff and look up their field departments and look at their personnel? They fucking list them on there. They list them on there. So, you know, if you're a politically sensitive or a socially sensitive person that wants to respect people and have equality, then you should have concern for overrepresentation of demographics in your government that is running your country. What if I told you that all these names are Chinese? What if I told you that? What if I told you that the United States government has been completely overrun by Chinese and that they've placed themselves into unelected government at astonishing rates that are conspicuous? I mean, what would you say? You would say, yeah, let's go fucking kill them. What I'm telling you is that that's the wrong answer. You shouldn't go kill them. They got there because you let them. You let them come in. Just ask them to leave. Ask them to leave. You know what would happen? Like so my racial heritage, I'm Alsatian, right? I'm Alsatian. That's my racial heritage. People, if you were MSM, you would call me white. I'm an Alsatian. I don't belong to Germany or France. If I, as an American, as a patriot, American was confronted with the fact that the executive branch of the United States government was outnumbered by 2,000% with Alsatians, then I would be concerned about it. If I was in the government, if I was serving in the State Department, and then I looked around and saw all Alsatians, I would say, you know what I would do? I would bring it up and I would say, like, hey, is this an issue? Number one. Number two, I would recuse myself and I would pull myself out. I would say, like, this isn't good for the country. We are skewing we have to be skewing representation to the country. This is only going to cause problems and chaos. You can't represent a population if you're not of the population. Period. And it goes into every background, from political background, ideology, all the way into racial. If you had all African, racially Africanized people in government, then it will probably cause some animosity, right? It would probably cause some animosity. Alsatian, Alsace-Lorraine is just a region. It's just like a farming region between they grow Maribel plums and like wine and like old foods. It's like a very old culture that is not politically active. You know, they're like a little, it's like Metz and, you know, Maribel de Nancy's and shit. They're between Germany and France, and during the world wars, they always get taken over and switch sides. So each world war, Alsace-Lorraine region will get, like, you know, like World War I, like France got it, and then before that Germany had it, and then Germany took it in World War II, and then it went back to France, and it's like they're neutral. They're just like, you know, they just want their plums, you know, just leave fucking guys alone, give them their plums, right? That's all I'm saying, right? Yeah, it always does devolve, right? It devolves, but it doesn't have to. If you face things with truth and honesty, there's nothing. Like, I don't have anything to hide. I'm not worried. Anybody that knows me knows exactly who I am, and they know that I don't hate anyone, right? But you can't have you can't. I mean, you can't deny it. You can't. If you look at this and you deny it, then you're like, what? Where's your allegiance? You don't care about America. You're not American. You're a fucking drain on the system, you know? You're serving the crown. But anyway, let's talk about InfoWars, right? So InfoWars, Alex Jones, that would be this is also under Prison Planet, so like Paul Joseph Watson, all these fucking cats. Free Speech Systems LLC, Free Speech Systems LLC, Genesis Communication Network. CEO is Ted Anderson. Matt Brower is the marketing manager. Lee Wickenhauser is the marketing manager. Adam Miller is the affiliate relations. George Prondzinski is the engineer. John Cazares is the webmaster. Registered agent Eric Taub, Taube. Elizabeth M. Shrug. No, I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway, do you get what I'm trying to say? You don't have any choice of where you buy shit at, right? Like, if you're buying shit, you're going to be going to Amazon, you're going to be going to eBay, or you're going to be going to some kind of chain store that's in your area, right? Because economic energy has been flooded to outcompete and kill all of your local businesses, so that all of your resources that you depend on are consolidated under one supply chain that can then be taken away to cause stress. And America's about to find that out. That's the era that we're going into. You're going to learn the hard way. So if you're on Amazon, if you're buying shit on Amazon, let's just talk about some heads of Amazon, right? Head of Alexa Music, Benjamin Shepard. Head of corporate, I actually don't know what that abbreviation is. Dar Ali, Sorensen, Benson, Wilson, Cadman, Cahardy, Donkin, Gallagher. These are all heads. Scrive, Printer, Winston, Vamprala, Agarwal, Mahajan, Jindal, Tuiz, Todd, Zamco, Bracos, Tan, Villegas, Anderson, Charles, Hirsch, Straley, Prasad, Lewis, Salk, Kappen, Reynolds, Vogels, Wilson, Meisner, Limp, Kumaravel, Gagnon, Kumar, Taylor, Stone, Olsavsky, Sack, that's a CFO, Tom Sutsak. Wilkie, Stover, Mollard, Srivastava, Watson, Roberts, Browsard, Lobb, Millen, Levy, Hanson, Bruin, Nagel, Levine, Levin, whatever, Hines, Barton. You guys get what you starting to understand what I'm saying? Disney, chair, CFO, Iger, Bergman, that's a co-chair. Braverman, Chapek, Horn, Mayer, McCarthy, Muka, Parker, Pitero, Rice, Headley, Singer, Woodford, Fox Corp board, you got Murdoch, both Murdochs, you got Kerry, Diaz, Hernandez, Nasser, Ryan. Fox News, Wallace, Berg, Finley, Brigatti, Collins, Cooper, Eric, Fiedler, I think that's right, Fiedler, Jones, Klarman, Listerman, Lord, Patterson, Vandever, correspondence, you know all the Fox News correspondence. Regular guests, Abloh, Baker, Benson, Billa, Bruce, Kane, Elithy, Emmanuel, Farage, Fleischer, Forbes, Gingrich, Shapiro, Goldberg, Harf, Hayes, Hemingway, Hilton, Huckabee, Hurt, Jackson, Jeffress, Kusinik, Larn, Layfield. I don't watch TV, guys, so I don't know any of these fucking names. Luntz, Marshall, Miller, Norris, North, Owens, Payne, Rove, Schlapp, Schoen, Siegel, Stein, Timpf, Trape, Turley, Varney, Velikovic, Weil, Wiehl, Owens, York, Brazel, Donna Brazel. CNN, President Zucker. EVP of programming is Bass. Saul Bass, we should talk about that. Kukaj, Davis, Intellis, Ferrer, Garfield, that's the Senior Vice President of Research. Goles, Green, Jouts, that's Executive VP. Morse, Rad with 2 A's. Special, President Turner, Ad Sales. Vigilante, that's a badass last name. Senior Vice President of Legal. I just want to say that because it's a cool name. Oh, Warner Media, Kakoza, Desroches, Greenblatt, Sarnoff, Cummings, Dogrub, Meza, Zeiler, Zucker, Stanky. Facebook, should we do Facebook? Should we do Facebook, right? Everybody's on Facebook. LaPesco, Terminal, Cross, Townley, Deason, Gonzalez, Mangini, Combe, Hastings, Zangria. We're into the board of directors. Desmond Hellman, Zuckerberg, Thiel, Graham, Partovi, Parker, Bowles, another Partovi, those are brothers. Andreessen, Breyer, Sandberg, Madeira, Conway, Chenault, McGinley, Berenger, Goler, Osofsky, Mosery, Adam Mosery. That's the that guy got sent over to take over Instagram. He's on Instagram's board now. Adam Mosery. Cataronio, Lagerling, Dugan. Uh-oh, that's a last name. No, that's not me. I wish I was getting them fucking Facebook bucks. Shit. Not really. I just want to take all their money and put it in a big pile and burn it. Mendelsohn with SOHN, Pacenti, Egan, Olawal, Lee, Thompson, Shields, Platt Higgins, Cox, Mohagan, Murphy, Olinger, Palahapita, Schultz, Rabkin, Rabinoff, Fitz, Rabbi, Uliot, Stocky, Clegg with 2 G's, Bosworth, Bolin, Brian Alston, Smallwood, Liu, that's probably Chinese, Ramakirshen, Olivan, Heiliger, Marcus Gruel, Hirsch, Badros, Kohler, Weston, Castleberry, Schroepfer, SCHROEPFER, Neary, Fisher, Everson. I mean, what do we have to keep on going? I think we should. Should we keep on going? Or should we keep on talking, or should I keep on popping off names? Does this help build a picture of how in-depth this is? Okay. We get the point, right? Okay. It's not limited to the private industry though. It's in the government, right? Well, we should have, shouldn't we have legal, what would you call it? Like a legal response to it? Can't we do that? I mean, don't we have laws in place that can be followed to go in and break this up now? Or what? You know? Am I the only fucking person in the world? They're gonna march in there myself and buy a tie. I hate ties. Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan's compromised. Here, let me see. I think I got Joe Rogan's stuff on here. Let me see. Joe Rogan, are you on here? I know I got it on here somewhere. Let me find. I got another document here. So many documents. Oh, my chickens are going crazy back there. They're all fired up. I got the lights on, so they think it's daytime still. Yeah, Q is fake. Q is totally fake if you didn't know. So I say what's going on in the United States right now is that people are waking up, and so you're getting, and legacy media is not effective, and so they're having to fund these disinfo campaigns just to keep people distracted and divided so they don't wake up and understand what's going on. Everybody, when you say like, because guys are on here like, you're with me, we should have everybody with us. You know, this shouldn't be, this is not a, like, this is not a racial thing. This is a nationalistic thing. You should have every police officer, anyone that likes, anybody that abides by the Constitution and rule of law should now understand that this is an issue, right? I think I've given enough information to where people should start to understand that this is a real issue. I mean, you can't, like, once you see this kind of stuff and you get it, it's like you can't go back. Like, there's no way to unsee it. You feel like a piece of shit when you're going to wake up every morning Like if you're in a position of power right now and you watch this video and you go to work and then you convince yourself that you're powerless and that you can't do anything about it, then it's like you're a traitor, you know? Like the only let me tell you something about honor. Honor is not a possessive quality that a person carries, okay? Honor, what honor is, even though it's been totally miseducated to people, honor is a reflection of truth. When you choose to reflect truth, when it's easier not to, which is a constant momentary uh, entropy that you perceive, like when you are presented with the opportunity to reflect what you know to be true, and you choose to do it, especially when in opposition, then that's what honor is. It's not like people are just honorable, like they attain it and they keep it. People can lose honor. You can lose honor by not doing the right thing. And it takes guts. Everything about this country took guts. You need to have guts. We need to have guts here. Okay. No, I don't regret serving. I mean, I regret my actions. I don't regret serving my country. I regret my actions. I regret my lack of observation and intelligence. Uh, I was, like when I was in the war, I was in Iraq at the age of 19, 20, and 21. So I was pretty young, but that's the reality. Like you don't. So and here's the thing: when you get out of the military, they don't let you come back in, right? I mean, they will in cases like if you're needed, but if you're just a grunt, they're not going to let you back in. And the reason why is because you need young people. Because you can't have somebody that's old because they'll understand what's going on, right? Yeah, Joe Rogan's compromised. I'm trying to find. I'm sorry, guys. I'm distracted because I'm trying to pull up docs and I can't remember what the one is called that's got Joe Rogan on there. I'll tell you something about Joe Rogan. Not that one. Darn it. Darn it to heck. Okay, so what do we want to talk about next? I'm gonna keep looking up Joe Rogan. I'm gonna stay on here for about, I'm gonna try to get off at midnight here, Central Standard Time. No, Joe Rogan is compromised. Joe Rogan is an operation. That is a full blown funded operation. Now, training, to people apparently, but Joe Rogan is not like Joe Rogan is his job is to talk about things that aren't really a big deal. His job is to talk about the grain in the wood floor that the elephant is sitting on. Okay, that's what Joe Rogan's job. I'm not going to read it. I have a list of the 1600s and 1700s logs of importation through the ports in Boston for slave importation. So it has the ship name and it has the slave, like the ship owner name. That's a fun list. I'm trying to find Joe Rogan. Going to the depth from mortgage seeking a property. Yeah. So this is a thing. I mean, well, okay. To be fair, a lot of people own slave ships, right? Europeans own slave ships, but there's a lot of Jews were a major part of the slave trade. It's transnational, right? That's just a fact. There's a college professor that got like fucking hammered and lost his tenure, I think, for teaching. He was a Black history teacher, so he taught about the transatlantic slave trade and specificity as part of his course on Black history. So it's the Black history teacher teaching about the history of slavery, but because he got into the actual documents of importation of slaves, there were a bunch of Jews on there, and they thought it was racist, so they canned him because that's what makes sense. Netflix. I got a Netflix list here. You got like Hastings. Hastings is on a bunch of boards. He's the CEO and founder of Netflix. Yeah, so Netflix, you got the CCO is Friedland, you got CPO is Hunt, Urib, Gomez, Bennett, Sarandos, Holland, Battle, Hoeg, Sweeney, Hastings, Kilgore, Mather, Haley, Mather. Oh, that's the same Mather, sorry. Rice, Barton, Smith, Yuan, High, Myrer, Jacobson. Hitchstein, Dante, Greer, Burgess, Bort, Spielman, Wright, Kawantizis, Schindel, Brown, Madeiros, Watson, Edwards, Chan, Cesard, Meschenberg, DeKelle, Aurora, Fisher, Simmons, Messerschmitt, Sullivan, Ralph, Hastier, Hastier, Hasteer, Gagan, that's Director of Engineering, Evans, Marsh, Zamakowski, Vice President, Business Development in Asia for Netflix. Joe Rogan, hey. Higher Primate LLC, San Vincent Boulevard, Los Angeles. Domestic in the state of California. Registered agent Matt Lichtenberg. Matt Lichtenberg is the registered agent. Business manager is Linda Lavagnino. You have a listed employee of Stephanie Marie. They're kind of small in terms of their publication, their legal publication of history of his operation. The Forest project is underway. It's set up in Montana right now. They're getting some other things in order before we start. Okay. When will outer heaven come? When people are ready. But first you got to wake up. You got to wake up. And here's the thing about waking up, right? The automatic reaction to this is like, well, we got to go to war. And, you know, like I get that sentiment, but you got to understand that we are in a very vulnerable state. Like, I mean, you guys are going to, like, we're going to fucking lose it. You know what I mean? Like, especially if this virus, if we start getting DNA viruses introduced in the population, like, you know how fucked up it would be. Imagine the demoralization of the population if a DNA specific bioweapon comes and it's just like, not even like, imagine the situation if people in the United States woke up and they wanted to do the right thing, but then they couldn't because they got hit with a virus that fucking killed off all the threats that would resist, and then they got launched into a war with China, and then all the military aged males get killed, and all you got left here is the women and children. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm talking about here? The vulnerability of the United States. China-U.S. war win. It's imminent. I mean, here's the deal about the Chinese war. Like, I knew that it was coming when I looked at gold in the past like decade. So I can remember like 5 years ago I would talk to my friends. I like, dudes that were like military that work with like State Department and stuff. And I would tell them about the China, like, I'd be like, are you guys tracking this? Do you get this? They fucking laugh at me. They're not laughing now. They see it now. They're still playing it off though. They're still playing it off like, well, it's not going to happen. Like, Trump's going to save us. Like, you're fucking crazy, man. There's so much invested. There is so much ass invested into this conflict. Now they may delay it because they need it to go off right. Like, they can't try to kick it off and then have it be a dud, because that would just like fuck everything. Because then they got to do a follow up, right, to get the Chinese war going. Then it's like a waste of how much effort when, I mean, this has been going on since the 1900s. It's like a 100 year fucking 120-year operation, essentially. Yeah. No, China's happening. I mean, it's going to happen no matter what. The only way to stop it is to get the military community, which is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get them to actually give a shit about the United States and aren't just signaling and they're fake. I'm trying to get people to be aware of the threat. So that way when this happens, if we can get awareness big enough, then maybe they won't try, or maybe they'll have to go do something else. Or maybe they will try it, they'll kick it off, they'll think that they got it, and then they'll get, people will refuse. And then they'll have to go to more draconian measures, and then it'll just help exposure of the actuality of our situation, of the morality of our current state. Yeah, you think Black Rifle Coffee Company will stand? You think they're going to help? Well, I think they're going to send military-age males. Do I think they'll actually try to put boots on the ground? I think that they're going to have an engagement outside of the United States, very far away from Los Angeles. That could be naval. It could be boots on the ground. I don't know. I mean, how do I know? BRCC. I don't think that BRCC is paid off. Those guys aren't paid off. They're just, BRCC is just like everybody else. Everybody right now has money in their eyes, and that's what they're guided with, and it really blinds you to reality. I don't think, I mean, I'm not approaching, this is what I'm doing. I'm not approaching anybody. I'm approaching you guys. If you're here on your own accord watching this, then you have interest in the topic. I'm not going to go around proselytizing people to reality. The reality is that if this is meant to happen, it's going to happen. If you're too weak in the United States to even, if you're too weak to defend yourselves morally by just being, because all this is accomplished by covert means. All this is accomplished by bribing people. And so, if we're too weak as a society to overcome that when we understand the imminent danger and threat, then, that's how it is. I don't think China will use nuclear weapons. No. Maybe, who knows? Who's Donnie? I think I know one country that would use nukes. Well, if you know Donnie, you can show him if he wants to. I'm not gonna go bother anybody. Like I'm not like other people, right? Like like normal people are like entirely motivated. I mean, I'm not talking about Donnie. I'm just talking about the world in general. Like people are very confused about money because they think that they like own it and possess it, and that it's like a expression of them. And so it like really pollutes the mind. And like I'm not into money, so like I never chase people. I don't do that. Like I'm very critical in who I associate with, and I don't want to change somebody's mind. Honestly, my interest is to give you information, right? So like I'm not here bad. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not here to tell you that you should hate Jews or attack Jews. I think that you should not attack Jews. Okay, I honestly believe that. I think that you should take control of your government. I think that you should enforce rule of law orderly. I think that you should investigate possible claims. If you have a serious issue with misrepresentation, then you should get involved with the government and address it. It's probably too big to fix. It probably will end up in war, in a controlled war, most likely. Let's talk about something. So let's talk about some American history. Can we do that? Can we talk about American history? So most people in the United States and in the world in general, they think so we have the terms World War I and World War II, right? Well, the actual World War I was in late 1600s, let's see, it's called the 7 Years' War. I'm gonna look it up so I got some reference material here, so I don't sound like the idiot that I am. 7 Years' War. This is great, right? This is the juicy shit, right? So the 7 Years' War is a global war fought between 17. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 1600, didn't I? I'm sorry. I'm giving you disinfo. 1756 and 17 Middle Powers, and spanned 5 continents, including Europe, Americas, West Africa, India, and the Philippines. Conflict split Europe into 2 coalitions. One was led by the Kingdom of Great Britain, included the Kingdom of Prussia, Kingdom of Portugal, Electorate of Brunswick, Lunenburg, and a few other small German states. The other was led by Kingdom of France and included the Austrian-led Holy Roman Empire, including the Electorate of Saxony, most of the smaller German states, the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Spain, and Sweden. So that whole situation is how Britain got the colonies from France, right? But here's the thing, right? Here's what we don't understand. So in actual history, 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, right? Columbus was with Spain. Spain was the first. It was like that's not the first. Spain was the multicultural world power of that day. They let in everybody, and then I'm sure that you've heard of the Spanish Inquisitions, right? So the Spanish Inquisitions, they really tried to cover that up in history, but what it actually was, this is just what happened. If you read about it, if you read any books, historical books on it, you will know this. But essentially, so Spain, the monarchy, and the like the Holy Roman Empire had the Pope. It had an entire religious power separate from the state power. State power went through like finance. They went through international finance. So essentially, like what you got to understand about the history of the Jews in Europe and their exile is that essentially the relationship historically was that you had monarchs, and the monarchs were all left over from Charlemagne, right? And then they split up, and then they started warring against each other by I mean, it's debatable. I would say that from what I see in history, it looks like they were economically stimulated against each other in the competition to cause war, but they basically went through a long period of killing each other off. What happened was that you started to get the diasporic Jews, like they would congregate, like they were in like the French and German area, but then they went all the way into Russia. But then Russia like banned Jews because of usury and like Christianity, right? And you got this relationship where the sharpest Jews would go and be the court Jew under each crown, and then they would coordinate with the old trading pacts to efficiently trade and monetize the empire and provide wares for their conflicts, right? And so they could fight wars efficiently, and this became like almost like a game. And so they would just all fight each other, and every place had a court Jew, right? But here's the deal: is like the court Jews were usually like the really sharp Jews. The like normal citizen Jews would typically, if they congregate because they're separate from the host population, they would typically get attacked at some point, right? So they couldn't really exist in the population. And then you would get the court Jew that would get royal protection, right? And so obviously, you get a court Jew, they finance war, and then they're kind of like held hostage by the monarchy because they can't really go out into society and be safe other than the threat against the citizenry by the king of like, hey, I'll kill you if you fuck with my court Jew, right? So they would like live in the castle or wherever the king lived. That's where the court Jew was. He was in the court, right? And then they emancipated themselves through the infighting, right? And then this is the 7 Years' War. The 7 Years' War is the outcome of that, right? That's like the 7 Years' War is proto establishment of nation states. So if you notice in the description that I gave, like the side with Germany, they're talking about small German states. So that's because like Germany was fractured and hadn't become a country yet, and like it was like a German empire. So the establishment the establishment of nation states resulted out of the 7 Years' War. Now, Spain had a problem in the 1500s, right? So this is really interesting, right? So in Judaism, they have the Torah. They've got the Tanakh, which is like the full, Bible, Old Testament thing. You got the Torah, which is like actual Judaism is Torah, right? And it's complex, especially if like you're a novice, if you don't know how to read well, things like that, right? So rabbinicism is like a navigator service for the Torah to guide people in how to observe the Jewish law and interpretations, all that shit. What happened in Spain was that this guy named Maimonides, the Jews call him Rambam, he wrote what's called Mishnah Torah, which is like a codex for navigating their books, the Talmud and the Torah, like a phone book, right? And so you could like find for a specific situation, like what do I do in this situation of Jewish law? You look it up. So this is disruptive. This is like Google, right? It's like the introduction of Google, right? So it was really disruptive. So then what happened was that the rabbis went to the crown in Spain, and they were like, hey, we got this problem. It's causing divisiveness in the Jews. There's no peace. Like, we need you to get rid of this book, this Mishnah Torah. This is I think this is several hundred years after he wrote it, because Rambam was around in the 1500s, I think, right? So, of course, what happens, right? The Spanish don't read Aramaic or ancient Hebrew or whatever language it's written in, right? So they don't know what it says, right? So they're supposed to, the kingdom agrees to confiscate Mishnah Torahs so everybody can get on the same page and go through rabbinicism, because they charge for services, right? Back then, rabbinicism was able to charge money for the service of navigating their holy books, right? And this caused so much problem that they got the crown involved to confiscate Mishnah Torahs. But the crown doesn't know, when they send in the enforcers into houses, they don't know what's in Mishnah Torah. They all look the same. So they started like destroying Tanakhs and Torahs and all this shit and burning all these books, right? And it was like, because they just didn't know, right? And so over the years, they had to differentiate between the books. Well, what happens is they figured out like what the Talmud was. And if you don't know the Talmuds, there's two of them. You got Babylonian Talmud, and then you got the Jerusalem Talmud. And they're like, if you read them, and if you're a pious Christian, you're gonna probably be pretty offended, right? So Holy Roman Empire was super offended when they figured out and started translating this stuff, and they figured out through common word, figured out what was going on. And then this started like a whole chain reaction that resulted in essentially the Spanish government came to the conclusion that there were Jews embedded into the government, sabotaging the monarchy. And then they launched a campaign through the Dominicans, which are like the religious order sect of enforcers to enforce Christianity. And they went through and they burned a bunch of Jews at the stake. So that's what's going on in Spain, right? When all this started, it was about like 15 years prior to Columbus discovering the Americas. So the Spaniards on the expedition, like, they colonized South America, right? The way that they did is very different than the colonies. So Spain had what was called La Casta, which is a racial embedding into the host population. So they would send single males there, and they would like battle the Aztec Empire, kill them, and then they would like mate with the women, and then they would have their offspring there. And so it was like a one-way trip. It was like going to Mars. And then this is why South America speaks Spanish and the Aztecs are gone. Like, everybody in South America is not of the original heritage. They're all mixed race with Spaniards because their campaign was so successful, right? The colonies didn't do that. Colonies were more like pioneering. It was like establishing cities where there weren't any, and just battling the Indians, right? The natives, the people that lived there. So it's a different thing. But as they worked their way up through South America, they ended up like the height of where they got to was like the Southwest in the United States. So there's like, they were in the Grand Canyon and all that shit. Like they found all that shit, right, from the old world, right? Obviously, the natives already found it. They're there all the time. But they stole it. And what happened was they got so destabilized back home that they had to pull out because they got so destabilized politically, kind of like the situation with Russia, where you got a civil war going on, you got to pull out of World War I. Well, they had basically like a cold civil war going on in Spain. They had to pull back. Well, that left the Americas open to be able to be colonized by France, and some of a little bit of Russia, right? So that's what happened. And so then you get the 7 Years' War is like the big duking out. You had a bunch of powers exchange. They call it. Let's see. They have a political term for this. So in the 7 Years' War, what do they call that? They call it. Bear with me, guys. Sorry. Yeah, so you've probably heard of it like the French and Indian War, but it's actually a 7 Years' War. It's actually World War One. So World War One isn't World War One, and World War Two isn't World War Two. World War Two is actually World War Three. World War One is World War Two, and the 7 Years' War is World War One. George Washington was in the French and Indian War for the colonies. Oh shit, this is dense. Oh, I can't find it. They basically, you had a bunch of European powers switch sides in a way that was so conspicuous. It'd be like, it was like if like you had an ally, like if we invaded Iraq with Britain as in a coalition, and then Iraq was like sided with just a fictitious scenario. Let's say like Iraq and Iran sided together, and then like we were sided with Britain, and then we were in a coalition in Iraq, and then like we switched and we went with Iran, and then Iraq switched and they went with Britain. It's like what happened in the 7 Years' War, the result of which was the birth of the United States. And the other result, I'm trying to get to the point. That's how Germany got made. Germany was like the other end of the spectrum of what came out of the 7 Years' War. It's how we get nation states. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to give you history. What I'm trying to tell you is that there's a long history of nations kicking out their Jewish populations because they embedded themselves, or they are accused. There is a long historically annotated history of Jews being accused of embedding themselves into the government and sabotaging the government, and then being kicked out. They call them, it's called a pogrom. So it's a historical thing that repeatedly has happened in pretty much, most of Europe. So that's what happened in Spain, right? Except for they didn't really win in that fight, ultimately. Spain lost power. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. What else? Any last questions for this? Yeah, virtue signaling is not truth. We're in really recommended. Oh, here we go. Here, yeah. So here's a book. Here's a book. I don't know. Do you want me to stream again? Okay, so this is a really excellent book. This is one that I learned about the history of the post Charlemagne era. Selma Stern, about it's by Selma Stern, American Jewish Archives, translated from the original German manuscript. This is Philadelphia Jewish Publication Society of America. So this isn't like a label. This is just history, right? I think it's like a 1950s publication, but it's called the Court Jew by Selma Stern. But here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with America, right? Like, I'm not saying this stuff because it's like what I want to tell you, that I'm trying to manipulate you into some kind of way of thinking. I'm just telling you exactly what the hell is going on. And all these sources, I mean, like half of these sources are Jewish writing, you know? So this isn't like a moral, quantitative or qualitative judgment against Jews. This is just like stating the obvious, because there are a lot of people that don't understand what's going on right now, and it's a repeated historical event that changes world society every time. Like, essentially, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, what I'm basically saying is that recorded history with writing, all the cataclysmic changes of the world pretty much revolve around Jews. So, maybe you should pay attention to what's going on right now and not cast people away that are trying to help you understand where you live, because your world is batshit. Like, if you go based off of the mainstream narrative, it's batshit. We're the inversion of our original founding of the country, and there's no explanation. President Trump's not standing on the podium trying to give an explanation about why your socialist controlled economy, right? There's no explanation. You just have to go with it. You don't have a choice, right? I'm trying to explain to you what's going on. So what else you got? Any last things? Last thoughts? You guys want to do another podcast? Fucking podcast. You want to do another live stream? All the books one more time? Okay. All right. So here's books, right? Here's some books. Here's the last one I talked about. Stern, American Jewish Publication, 1951. You got Super Dry, Tragedy and Hope. That's by Carol Quigley. I don't recommend that one unless you're super bored, big nerd. I do recommend this. This is a great, like, if you read this and if you have a good memory, then you're going to be able to, like, you could just, and you've got None Dare Call It Conspiracy. That's by Gary Allen. That's not really, I mean, it's just like a general overview. It's one of the first books that I read when I wasn't awake, and it's kind of like, it's a little softer because this shit's like pretty deep. It's kind of a deep dive. I've never read Culture of Critique. No idea. People talk, I hear it thrown around a lot. One book was None Dare Call It Conspiracy, 1970s publication. Okay, so I'm gonna sign out here. I'm still making music, but I'm busy. I'm playing craft right now, so I don't have a lot of time. My main point in all of this was I wanted to put out some undeniable information to make people, to cause a catharsis in at least my small community of people that watch me, and I hope that you understand where I'm coming from. I know that there's going to be try to slander me. I hope that you understand the seriousness of the threat, and I hope that it causes enough of a splash to where somebody is able to cause enough of a ruckus to get and to diagnose antibodies red hand.
If Long live the Republic.